Pro Cars, this is your last and final call. Pro Cars, this is your last and final call. Quick 16, you are on a short standby. Quick 16, you are on short standby.
Quick 16, this is your first call to the staging lanes, please, for your first qualifier. Quick 16 to the staging lanes, please.
Alrighty, quick 16, we need you to lane 7 and 8, please, for your first qualifier. Quick 16, we need you to lane 7 and 8, please, for your first qualifier. Quick 16, this is your second call to lane 7 and 8, please. 16, this is your last and final call. Quick 16, your last and final call to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 1. Quick 16, this is your last and final call to lanes 7 and 8. We're going to be running you shortly. No E open bike. No E open bike. This is your first call to lane number 6. No E open bike. This is your first call to lane number 6 for your first and only qualifier or first and only time trial this morning. No E open bike. This is your call to lane number 6. So Zach Mortensen going to put himself right in the number one qualifier position, 695 with a 2 at 197 mile an hour. Bill Black goes 697.7 at 195, right on his heels. Be a good one to watch here. Zach Miller, left lane, the 01 Worthy chassis. But how about Jesse Began in the Chevelle? Jesse going to hope to put down a pass and become the number one qualifier. As I do believe he can go 660s. Little shimmy and a shake off the line for Jesse as it seemed to dive right on him. He gets back in, he pedals it, goes 741 at 185 mile an hour. Zach Miller, 746.9 at 178, so that will put them 3 and 4 respectively. So Jesse Began's going to have to figure out why the car's diving away, and he will have to bring it back around for the second qualifier. So a lot of room to move up at the top yet, as we welcome in Dave Primrose and Cale Davis. Dave on the scooter. Cale, runner-up in top sportsman class yesterday. So he's going to try to get a quick 16 win here today. So Noe Open Bike, you should be in lane number 6. Noe Open Bike, you should be in lane number 6. As we are getting ready to send you sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. 006 up front for Cale Davis, and he's going to power the Mustang all the way through. Going to stop the clock at 7:58.6 at 180 mile an hour. So quick 16 getting 2 qualifiers here today, as they will be back around during first round of everything else. But Zach Mortensen still sitting number 1, 695.2. Dustin Meyer might be able to get close, but he usually goes 714s. Ray Thompson's got 750 on the dial board. Dustin Meyer goes 706. Ray Thompson 815. As something maybe went away in the car down there. So Dustin Meyer finds himself in the number 3 spot, chasing Bill Black and Zach Mortensen. Grimm shuts it off early that last pass as something maybe went away, goes 843 with a 118. It's going to bring up our last car in qualifier number 1. Nick Gilbert's in the front engine dragster. Few cents as he got 709 on the sideboard. I know he's capable of going in the 6s. We'll see if he can catch Zach Mortensen. So Nick Gilbertson going to take one crack at it, see if he can catch Zach Mortensen, or see if he can put himself in the top 3. Red light start, doesn't matter in qualifying. Time says 7:13 with a 2. I believe that'll put him in 4 or 5. That'll put him right in the 4 spot. So after qualifier number 1, Zach Mortensen is at the top, 695.2 at 197 mile an hour. And Bill Black is sitting behind him, followed by Dustin Meyer. Your top 3 for quick 16 after qualifier number 1. And that's going to bring us into Noe Open Bike Time Trial 1. So Sportsman Cars, this is your second call to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman Cars, your second call to lanes 2 and 3. So the schedule is going to pretty much be as follows today. We're going to run time trials and round number 1, and then we will take a short break to do some administrative work up here in the tower and let our employees eat some lunch. So we will do time trials and round number 1, and then we will take a small break, and we will come back for round number 2 in buybacks. So once again, we'll run the time trial for everybody. We will run round number 1. And then we will take a short break, let our employees eat some lunch, get everything settled up here in the tower, and we'll be back to eliminations starting in round number 2. So Noe Open Bike coming to the line now. Sportsman Cars, you should be headed to the lanes if you are not already. I'm sorry, Sportsman Trophy Cars. Sportsman and Trophy Cars, you should be headed to lanes 2 and 3, please. Once again, Sportsman and Trophy Cars, you should be headed to lanes 2 and 3, please. Ready, Junior Street, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, lanes 4 and 5. Top Sportsman, you are looking at about 10 minutes till your first call. Top Sportsman, you're looking at about 10 minutes till your call. Well, 10, 15 minutes. So Top Sportsman, this is your 10 to 15 minute warning. We will be calling you to the lanes 10 to 15 minutes. Alrighty, so Sportsman Trophy, you should be in the lanes as your class is running down the track right now. Sportsman Trophy, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Once again, Junior Street, you should be headed to lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, you should be headed to lanes 4 and 5. High school, we will be calling you shortly. High school class, we will be calling you shortly. want to take some time and give some happy birthday shout-outs. Melissa Osborne, it is her birthday today, so we want to say on behalf of all of us here at Tri-State Raceway, Melissa, we wish you a best birthday. We thank you for spending it with us. And Todd Tiedrick turned 27 years old yesterday, and he also claimed the $50 bounty as he took out Lucas in the third round of the no-box gambler. So Todd Tiedrick, happy birthday yesterday, a little belated. But happy birthday to you, Melissa. Happy belated birthday to you, Todd. Thank you once again for spending your birthdays with us here at Tri-State. On behalf of all of us here on the crew, we wish you a wonderful year ahead. Alrighty, high school cars. High school cars, we'll take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. High school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. High school, we'll take you to lanes 2 and 3. Alrighty, high school cars, we'll take you to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 7 and 8 for your only qualifier. Top Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 7 and 8, please. High school cars, lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Once again, high school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Alrighty, Top Sportsman, this is your last call to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, this is your last call to the lanes. We are going to do a little track prep here after this final pair of high school cars. And then we will be sending you. So, Top Sportsman, this is your last call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, last call, lanes 7 and 8. Hey, Super Pro, this is your call. Lane 7 and 8, please, behind Top Sportsman. Super Pro, this is your call to lane 7 and 8. Funnel on down behind Top Sportsman, please. Super Pro, this is your call to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, your call, lane 7 and 8. Again, Super Pro, this is your call to lane 7 and 8. Super Pro, this is your call to lane 7 and 8. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. So, Super Pro, we need you to lane 7 and 8. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. We got one more pair of Top Sportsmen, and then a single here. Paul Montgomery currently sits at the top, 443.1 at 156 mile an hour. Jeff Sutherland, right lane from Aurora, Illinois. Matt Sismic, West Allis, Wisconsin. Nice pair of reaction times for both of them. 8th mile, 4:56.4 for Matt at 153 mile an hour, 4:89.3 at 143 for Jeff. That'll put Matt in the number 2 spot. Paul Montgomery still got a 10th lead, but here comes the man to beat, your winner from yesterday. As this is one of the nicer cars I've ever laid my eyes on. Rick Sochka Jr., North Aurora, Illinois, the 02 Firebird. 781 cubic inch motor. Nitrous. Like I said, your winner today took out Cale Davis in the final, as he was, I believe, almost dead zero. I believe he was dead on something. So we're going to see just how fast Rick can go, see if he can take the number 1 spot away from Paul Montgomery. Straight down the line he goes, 14 on the tree, 4:23.2 at 170 mile an hour in the 8th mile. That is going to position him right at the top by almost 0.2 of a second. So, Rick, your number 1 qualifier today. Your top 3, Rick Sochka, Paul Montgomery, and Matt Sismic. I am probably butchering those last names, but those are some tough ones. So your top 3 qualifiers today for Top Sportsman, they'll be back around here in just a little bit to run round number 1. So once again, Super Pro, we need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Junior Dragsters, you are on a short standby. Once again, Super Pro, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Junior Dragsters, we will put out your first call. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1, please. Junior Dragsters is your first call to lane number 1, please. Once again, junior dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1, please. Junior dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1. Once again, junior dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1. Junior dragsters, lane number 1. Street bike, you are on standby. Street bike, you are on standby. Bike, street bike, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Street bike, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Street bike, this is your call to lane number 6. Street bike, your first call, lane number 6.
All right, let's go ahead and put the call out for test and tune vehicles to lanes 7 and 8, please. Test and tune to 7 and 8.
Once again, test and tune. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Street bike, you should be in lane 6. Foxy Lady, you are on a short standby. We will be calling you just shortly. So Foxy Lady, get the race cars warmed up. Get them out there. Make sure you got the tires scrubbed clean. Make sure the air pressure is right. Make sure you got the 110 race fuel. Fill them up. We're going to get to racing here. So Foxy Lady, you are on a short standby. All right, so there'll be a small change of schedule from what I said earlier. We are going to take our break after the time runs are complete. So we're going to take a little 20-minute break after time runs are complete instead of waiting to do it after first round. So once again, after time runs are complete, we're going to take a small little break, make sure everything we got going on is right, and give our employees a chance to eat. And then we'll be back in it with round number 1. So once again, the break is going to come after time trials today. Test and tune, last and final call. Test and tune, lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. So, Foxy Lady, it is your time to shine. It's time to show the boys how to do it. So, Foxy Lady, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Again, Foxy Lady, you should be headed to lanes 4 and 5. Foxy Lady, you should be headed to lanes 4 and 5. So just a reminder for all the racers out there, because I believe I've seen a few this morning already, we do have the Letting Go Triple O Quick Performance poker chips up here, and you get entered into a drawing for a $500 gift certificate from Quick Performance. So once again, all you have to do is bring your time slip up with your perfect light, collect your poker chip, and get entered into the drawing. No cost to you. Just got to bring your time slip up to the tower. So if you have a 000 light, bring your time slip on up to the tower, and we will get you your poker chip, and we'll get you entered in the drawing. Foxy Lady, your last and final call. Foxy Lady, your last and final call. Here we go with the Foxy Lady class, their only time trial today. Foxy Lady is a class that was designed for the race wives, girlfriends, sisters, daughters, aunts, nieces, and anyone in between to take a shot at the tree, as they don't usually get a chance to race, as they are usually babysitting the guys. So this is their little class we designed for them. A chance for them to race. Have a beautiful charcuterie board basket up here and a trophy for the runner-up. Free class to enter, free buyback. There's no reason not to do it. Cameron Cox turns at 66 red. Kaylee Hansen, 334 green, down to the quarter mile as they are blazing a trail down through there. 5:58 at 89 mile an hour for the right lane. 17:085 at 81 for the left. So Lauren Meyer is going to cut a 96 light, and she'll be your potential first-round buy for Foxy Lady. So Lauren Meyer will be sitting on the buy when we call the Foxy Lady cars around here in just a little bit. We are going to take a short break, let our employees eat some lunch. I imagine we will be calling cars shortly before noon, as we're going to try to get through the afternoon. We have we are... Gotta move your blue golf cart.
Okay.
Bye, Herb.
Bye. You guys want anything brought up?
So once again, we're going to fire it up here just a little bit before noon. We will be calling cars to the lanes, as we have a pretty good amount of entries here for a Sunday. We're up over 190 entries for the day, so that's we want to thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. So it's going to be a warm afternoon. Once again, free water in the staging lanes by the winner circle there. I believe it's in the 7-Up cooler. So just lift the cardboard lid, grab yourself a water, and try to stay cool. The coffee trailer, I do believe, is still open. Obviously, the concession stand is rocking and rolling for all your lunch needs. So we'll be back with you here in just a little over 25 minutes. We'll be calling pro cars to the lanes for round number 1. So in the meantime, stay cool, get yourself something to eat, and we'll talk to you real shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first call for Pro Cars. Pro Cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. This is your first call for round 1 of eliminations. Pro Cars, your first call to lanes 4 and 5 for round 1 of eliminations. Once again, boxcars, we will take you to lanes 4 and, I'm sorry, not boxcars. My head is scrambled. Pro cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Pro cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro cars. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right, so here we go. Pro cars will be rolling down to the water box shortly. Quick 16, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 2. Quick 16, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 2. But pro cars will be on their way shortly. Quick 16 will take you to lanes 7 and 8. So here we go with round number 1. Left lane, Travis Steffens. Right lane, Daryl Goheen. 1194 the dial for Daryl. 1024 the dial for Travis. Daryl making the pull all the way from Buhler, Kansas. Win light gonna go. Give it to Travis Steffens. He's 91 on the tree and dead 4 for the win. Daryl Goheen 76 up front. Breaks it out. 17 taking 36. Win light gonna go to Travis. We'll bring up Coley Novak, your no box gambler winner from yesterday. 979 the dial, taking on Christian Vargason, 1104 in the Fox body. So once again, quick 16 will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please, for qualifier number 2. Quick 16 will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 2. Christian Vargason has plenty of room to move down there. Winlight going to go over to Coley. He's 80 on the tree and goes 984.2 at 131 mile an hour on the 979. Christian, 19 on the tree, had the advantage. Car can't get there for him. So Coley Novak, your winner there. Moving on. Once again, quick 16, lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, lanes 7 and 8. Pro cars, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. Pro cars, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. $13,000 separate the Trans Am and the Camaro. Winlight going to go to the Trans Am. He's 30 up front, goes 1081 with a 2 on the 1079. Kevin Hack, 43 on the tree and 52 above, is not going to get it done. Austin McGann going to get the win there. Moving on. Pair of Camaros on the line here, Zach Halverson and John Olbrich. $9.97 the dial for Zach, $10.42 the dial for John. Both cars are away on green. 19,000 separate them. Winlight. Back over to John. John's going to get the win in the double breakout as Zach Halverson breaks it out more, taking 22 to be 18 under. John goes 1040 with a 5 on the 1042. Zach Halverson did just about everything he could. Sometimes you just don't see the win light. John Olbrich going to get the win there. Valerie Chitty, the box gambler winner from yesterday. She also recorded the first perfect pass out here in 3 or 4 years, as she was trip zip dead zero. She got 1047 on the Camaro today, taking on RJ Mahan, 1003 the dial for RJ. 40 thou in the pocket for Valerie Winlight. Going to go to Valerie, 33 and 19 above, going to get the win. RJ 73 on the tree and completely locked out of the race as he goes dead 7 to get there second. Steve Geiger going to get the win there. 15 up front, goes 988 with a 4 on the 987. Ron Wyleen, 33 on the tree, breaks it out 6 as he is locked out of the race. Bob Dish is in trouble early. Bruce Stockman, you could double his reaction time, and Bob would still be worse. Winlight going to go to Bruce Stockman. He is 70 on the tree and 34 above. Bob Dish misses it, 147 on the tree and 55 above. As there is not a lot of times a 147 is going to get it done. Bruce Stockman's going to get the win there. Once again, quick 16, we need you to lay 7 and 8. Quick 16, we need you to lane 7 and 8, please. Austin Ridenauer is going to turn it red. Logan Westcott's going to be 19 up front. And I'm going to guess he goes 1063. 1062 with a 4 to be 23 total in the free pass. Austin Ridenauer was 22 red. Goes 1039.2 at 129 mile an hour. Left lane. Frank Rechteman, Cave Creek, Arizona, the 86 Mustang. Frank calls Coggin, Iowa home during the summer months. Winters out in Arizona. Mark Rosenbaum, right lane, Stoughton, Wisconsin, the 64 Corvette, 926 the dial. They are both away on green. The Mustang has the advantage. The win light is going to go to the Mustang. He's 29 and 63 above. Mark is 90 on the tree and 16 above. So Frank Rechteman going to get the win as he goes 10:19 with a 3 at 133 mile an hour, getting there first by 14 thou. That'll bring up a good matchup here. Jeff Freeman Sr., right lane, 10:09 the dial in the Demon, taking on Bill Cox in the 48 Anglia, 923 the dial for Bill. Trouble early for the Anglia. Can he get back down and around him? Win light going to go. How about on a double breakout? Bill Cox going to make up for the starting line woes and get the win as he breaks it out less. Jeff Freeman wanted it more, and it cost him as he takes 37 to break out 12. He was 37 on the tree. Bill Cox was 66 and was behind, breaks it out 4, trying to get there. So in the double breakout, Bill Cox going to get the win. Jeff Freeman Sr. will find himself in the buyback lane for round number 2. Ryan Seffrud, 1020 the dial in the 69 Camaro. Johnny Diekema in the right lane in the Nova. The D-stick car. Wheels up for Johnny. How about 2 thou is all that separate them on the tree. Win light going to go over to Ryan. He's 10 on the tree and 94 above. Johnny Diekema was Johnny Diekema 12 on the tree, goes 10.46.4 at 121 mile an hour. Rutledge going to get the win, and Tim Kenya is going to kick himself when he sees that time slip. Tim, 41 red. Ryan Rutledge, 129 green. Goes 978 with a 6 at 137 mile an hour. Bob Ridenauer left lane. Tom Hessness in the right. The Battle of Mopars. So once again, quick 16, you should be in the lanes for qualifying. Number 2. Noe Open Bike, you are on standby. As soon as we pull the first quick 16 cars out, we will be calling you to the lane. So you are about 5 minutes from your first call. So Noe Open Bike, you're about 5 minutes away from your first call. Greg Traeger's behind early. Eric Heinrichs is driving the car. He's got him covered. Win light. Going to go to Eric. He's 22 and well above as Greg misses 182 on the tree and 38 above. So Eric Heinrichs is going to get the win. 10:25 with a 1 at 111 mile an hour. That'll bring up Siobhan Warner and Jesse Ridenauer. How about that? Jesse Ridenauer going to pick up the win. Siobhan Warner, 007 red. Jesse, 78 on the tree. How close to 11:06 can he get? How about dead 5 for Jesse Ridenauer? Siobhan Warner goes 10:77.9 on the 1085 at 125 mile an hour. So Jesse Ridenauer picking up the win, moving on. Charlie Sullivan going to pick up the win there. He is green on the tree. That's about all I'll say about that. Goes 10:24 with a 4 at 120 mile an hour. So Charlie Sullivan picking up the win. Scott Robinson, 139 up front, 11-12 with a 1 at 124 mile an hour. Now we'll go into qualifier number 2 of quick 16. There's no dial. left lane, currently sitting number 12. Nick Gilbertson in the right. Currently sitting number 4. Needs to pick up 50 thou to get into the number 3 spot. Wheels up for Nick as he starts to dance towards the wall. And he will have to abort the run as there is no placement in the world worth kissing the concrete. So he aborts the run. He was 108.4 to the 60 foot. He was on a good run. But unfortunately, he will stay in the number 4 position. Bring up Sage Mortensen, not currently qualified. Bill Black in the right lane, our number 2 qualifier as it sits. Needs to pick up about 25 thou to take the number 1 position. So he's looking for a 695.2 or better to take the number 1 position away from Zach Mortensen. He is the closest currently to be knocking on the door. Can Bill Black get it done? Can he sneak his way in? He will not. He'll slow down. He'll go 699.2 as he will keep his first run 697.7. So Bill Black will stay in the number 2 position. Zach Mortensen hanging on to top qualifier right now as we speak, as I don't believe he is down here to make another lick. So Zach Mortensen must be happy with the 695.2. He's going to keep that one. Alrighty, sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. For round number 1 of elimination, sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Dave Primrose going to improve just a little bit. I don't believe it got him any placement, but he goes from an 850 to an 847. That'll bring up the number 3 and number 5 qualifiers. Dustin Meyer, left lane, currently sitting with a 706.9 at 190 mile an hour. He needs to pick up quite a bit. He'll have to dip into the 6s if he wants to improve, as he is sitting number 3 behind Bill Black. Jesse Began didn't have a clean pass first time around, as he will be looking to definitely improve. He currently sits 741 at 185 mile an hour, as this car is very well capable of the 6s. So Jesse Began's going to look to improve here. Dustin Meyer going to look to hang on. As we get down to the last few cars in qualifier number 2 Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Jesse Began is going to get himself into the number 1 qualifier position as he goes 672.7 at 206 mile an hour. So Jesse Began rockets himself from number 5 to number 1. And there's only one man left that can take it away from him. Well, there's 2 racers left, but if there's one man that's going to take it away, it's the guy on the starting line, Bradley Green. Had a little bit of a tranny issue off the starting line in qualifier number 1. So Bradley Green, the number is there for him. 672.7 is the one to beat. Oh, my thing fell off the wall. It's like, what the fuck was that? So Bradley Green spins a little off the line, has a little shimmy, but still manages to get down through, goes 692.8 at 207 mile an hour. Had a faster mile per hour, but Jesse Began hangs on by ET. So Jesse Began is going to be your number 1 qualifier today, as Dalton Waugh, I do not believe, has the motor to get it done. Dalton, I believe, will land himself somewhere in the 12 to 13 qualifier if everything goes as planned. Is 003 up front, going to stop the clock at 7:45. How about that? They must have put a new motor in that, as that dragster used to go 813s. So Dalton Waugh is going to find himself at the 8th position, going 7:45.2 at 179 mile an hour. Misses out on 7th by 2 thou. So your top 3 qualifiers after qualifier number 2, Jesse Began sitting number 1, 672.7 at 206 mile an hour. Bradley Green, 692.8 at 207. And your number 3 qualifier, Zach Mortensen, 695.2 at 197 mile an hour. Bill Black and Dustin Meyer round out the top 5. So we are on to bikes. Top Sportsman, not Top Sportsman. Sportsman class, you should be in lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman class, you should be in lanes 2 and 3. For round number 1 of eliminations, Sportsman, you should be in lanes 2 and 3 for round number 1. Junior Street, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5 for round 1 of eliminations. Junior Street will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Top Sportsman, you are looking at about 10-15 minutes. So Top Sportsman, you're looking at about 10-15 minutes to your first call. Top Sportsman, this is your 10 to 15 minute warning to your first call. Alrighty, into gear-driven performance. Noe open bike, Stan Sleever, right lane, 1070 the dial, taking on Ron League, 1205 the dial for Ron. Ron has the starting line advantage. Stan's going to see if he can run him down. And he is not going to get there, as the starting line advantage is too much to overcome. Ron, 161 on the tree and 31 above. Stan, 243 on the tree and 11 above. So Ron going to get the win. Stan will have to move to the buyback lane. Only 6 thou separate him on the tree. Slight advantage to the left lane. Wind light going to go to the left lane as he goes down there. Hangs on to a little break. Goes 120 or goes 12:22.2 at 104 mile an hour. Alex Zoller goes 14:59 on the 14:29 prediction. So Nathan Stoll going to get the win there. That'll bring up Randy Gillen and Steve Coronado. Randy does his best impression of trying to chop down the tree literally as he gets out to the side there. So Steve Coronado going to pick up the win there. As like I said, Randy did his best to chop down the tree literally. For those of you watching the live stream, that is a 660-foot shot that we just got of Randy about kicking the 60-foot camera over. So Steve Coronado going to pick up the win on that lap. Bring up Todd Tiedrick and Elizabeth Vaughn. Todd dialed 929. Elizabeth 1360 on the Harley. Anybody's race down to the quarter mile. Win light going to go to Todd as he is 94 on the tree and goes 9:36.3 at 131 mile an hour for the win. Elizabeth goes 14:06.3 at 101 for the runner-up position. Greg Zoller going to get the win there as he is 39 on the tree and 12 under. My gosh, 78 red. Goes 898.7 at 158 mile an hour. Bring up a couple of sports bikes here. Kawasaki, left lane. Ryan Kruger, 1400 cc, 923 the dial. Taking on Bill Ray on the 05 Hayabusa. So Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. High school, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, you're looking at about 10 minutes. We'll be calling you to the lanes. Once again, Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. High school, you are on standby. Top Sportsman looking about 10 minutes. Ryan Kruger going to pick up the win there on the double breakout. He had the starting line advantage. And Bill Ray trying to make up for it. Rifles right around him. Gets there first and loses on the double breakout. Bring up our Byron for no E. Dylan Tiedrick, 912 the dial. I'm sorry, Dylan Tiedrick. 912 dial, 68 up front. How close to 912 can he get? Well, 17 above at 151 mile an hour on the by run. So a good little lap for him. And that will be it for No E Open Bike as we are going to move into Sportsman. Emily Vargason going to pick up the win there. She's 61 on the tree, goes 14:55.1 at 94 mile an hour. Sherry Coleman 2:26 red, and she was ready to go. That will bring up James Thompson Jr. 17:65 the dial, taking on Shelly Klein. 12:77 the dial for Shelly. So the 69 Dart's going to see if they can reel in the Chrysler down at the finish line. Oh, no. Oh, no. James Thompson Jr. going to get the win as Shelly Klein was 18 on the tree, breaks it out 2 thou, taking over 3.5 tenths of stripe. So she had a bus length on him and just had to find a moth or a butterfly down there to run into. Jim Eam going to turn it 89 red. Michelle Stepanek 87 on the green side. And how close to 13:54 are we going to go? She goes 13:51 at 102 on the free pass. Jim Eam 12:08.3 on the 12 dial at 113 mile an hour. So Michelle Stepanek moving on. Michelle currently sitting number 2 in points, chasing the fabulous Andrew Quinn, who is still yet to run this afternoon. Bring up Doug Heinrichs and Carolyn Coleman. 13:23 the dial for Doug. 14:38 the dial for Carolyn. Carolyn Coleman going to pick up the win there on the double breakout. She had the starting line advantage and is going to turn it into a win. The margin of victory there, 11 ten-thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Stan Koepka in the slow ride. The 79 Dodge Omni. And away he goes. Dave Benson going to give him a 5-second head start. And here we go. The chase has begun. Down to the finish line, win light, going to go to Dave Benson. He's 22 and 50 above to be 72 total. Stands 69 on the tree, dead 6 to be 75 total. Dave Benson getting the win by 38 ten-thousandths of a second. Bring up Dave Klein and Owen Hageman. 13.45 the dial for Owen, 11.96 for Mr. Klein in the left lane. Alrighty, high school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. High school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Dave Klein going to pick up the win there. 24 on the tree and 33 above is going to get it done as Owen is 103 on the tree and breaks it out, just trying to stick with him. Dave Klein moving on in the GTX. So once again, high school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. High school cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Top Sportsman, lanes 7 and 8. Andrew Quinn, right lane, taking on Craig Stepanek in the left. 14.65 the dial for Andrew, 12.42 the dial for Craig. Down to the quarter-mile stripe. Win light going to go to Andrew. He is 22 on the tree and on the brakes as he goes 14.80 on the 14.65, taking 2.5 tenths of stripe. Craig Stepanek 63 on the tree and the car falls off. So Andrew Quinn going to get the win. Moving on. I'll bring up Bruce Cox on the Byron in the 87 Camaro. 14.31 the dial for the purple machine. So once again, high school cars will take you to lanes 2 and 3. High school cars will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman, this is your call. The lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, this is your call. The lanes 7 and 8, please. Lily Hansen picking up the win there over Benji Freeman. She is 93 on the tree, dead 3 to be 96 total. Benji Freeman, 263 on the tree, had nowhere to go. Good race here as Melanie Castle in the right lane in the Sorrento picks up the win. She had the starting line advantage. She was 12 on the tree and 55 above for the win. Lindsay Hansen, 64 on the tree, goes 10:21.5. That's 69 mile an hour. Sam Freeman left lane, 950 the dial. Sophia Browning in the right, 1136 the dial. Starting line advantage was Sophia. She taps the brakes once and sees the wind light come on. She's 140 on the tree, goes 1140 with a 3. That's 62 miles an hour. Sam Freeman, 237 on the tree and 45 above, taking the runner-up position. So once again, Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. High school, you should be in lanes 2 and 3. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Going to high school class, Leighton Hack, left lane, Emily Vargason in the right. Pretty sizable starting line difference. Wind light going to go to Leighton Hack. She's 32 on the tree and goes 16:55.2 at 79 mile an hour. Emily Vargason was a little late. And it cost her the race. Bring up Wesley Devaney and Kelsey Hilsenbeck. And Wesley's going to be in trouble early. Win light, going to go to Kelsey. She's 43 on the tree. It goes 15:27.7 at 86 mile an hour. Wesley 2:28 on the tree. Breaks it out, trying to stay ahead. Owen Hageman in the left, Corey Miller in the right. 13:42 the prediction for Owen, 12:54 the dial for Corey. Win light gonna see. Corey's gonna take the win. 105 on the tree, goes 12:60 with a 1. Margin of victory there, 82 ten-thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Kagan Hilsenbeck in the left lane. Taking on Emma Stender in the right. Emma in the 2012 Mustang out of Walcott, Iowa. Kagan, the El Camino out of Long Grove. Give the starting line advantage to Kagan. The win light is going to go over to Kagan. He's 115 on the tree and 75 above for the win. Emma 205 on the tree, breaks it out. Kagan moving on. So that'll bring Top Sportsman around next. Super Pro, you are on standby. As we are over halfway through round number 1 here. We are moving right along. So Alex is out touching up the track real quick. We'll be sending you Top Sportsman cars here just shortly. Super Pro, you are on standby. As soon as we start getting Top Sportsman rolling down the lanes here, I will be calling you in behind them. So once again, Super Pro, you are on standby. Here we go, round number 1 of Top Sportsman. I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm going to butcher half of these last names. I'm going to do my best, though. Ron Cladbourne Jr., Frankfort, Illinois, 98 Firebird. Taking on Bill Rotz, East Moline, Illinois, in the 2000 S10. The Grabby's Bar and Grill, Logger House S10. 425 cubic inch small block. 615 cubic inch motor for Ron in the left lane. 483 the dial. 546 the dial for Bill. Only 5 thou separated on the tree. Win light. Give it to Bill. 27, dead 7. Ron, 22 on the tree, goes 499.0 on the 483. Bill picking up the win there. Jeff Sutherland, left lane, our number 8 qualifier, taking on Paul Montgomery, our number 2 qualifier. Jeff Sutherland from Aurora, Illinois. $489 the dial. 443 the dial for Paul in the Hemi-powered Dodge Stratus. Five thou separated on the tree. Win light at the 8th mile. Give it over to Jeff. He's 11 on the tree and goes 493.0 on the 489. Paul was 16 on the tree. Breaks it out 6 thou, taking 41. So Jeff Sutherland, your winner there. That'll bring up Anthony Plude in the right lane, the 92 Camaro. 706 cubic inch, 488 the dial, left lane. Matt Sismic, 95 Cutlass, the 765 cubic inch, 457 the dial. Alrighty, Super Pro, this is your call. Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. This is your first call. Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. How about Matt getting the win there? 11 on the tree, dead 0. Anthony Plude, 23 on the tree, goes 491.1 on the 488. Playing Ed Banderowitz, the 66 Chevelle. Right lane, Alex Bosak, the 02 Neon, 650 cubic inch Hemi. 442 the dial. 504 the dial for Ed. How about 005 for Ed, win light? How about 005 dead 5 to be 10 total? Alex, 32 on the tree. Goes 55 above, not going to get it done. Once again, Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. DJ Mateka, left lane, Franksville, Wisconsin, 459 the dial. Tony Zimmerman in the right lane from Eden, Wisconsin, the 63 Corvette, 5 flat the dial. DJ has 648 cubic inches of Chevy underneath the hood. Tony, 632. These two gentlemen taking their time, getting in the stage beams. Tony Zimmerman picking up the win, 11 on the tree, 10 above to be 21 total. DJ? DJ was 004 and 18 above. Tony gets the win by 17 10,000ths of a second. And this will end up being a broke by run. As Cale Davis is backing up. Finn Loaf, unable to make the call. As it sounds like the Camaro did not want to start up in the staging lanes. So Cale Davis going to take the broke by run. 486 the dial for Cale in the Mustang. As he purges all the nitrous, all of it. If there was a world record for nitrous purges, Cale Davis might have it. Cale Davis goes 487.8 at 143 mile an hour on the 486. That is going to give him the win. We'll bring up your number one qualifier and first round bye car, Rick Sochka Jr. from North Aurora, Illinois. He went 423.2 at 170 mile an hour in qualifying. Got 424 on the dial. 781 cubic inch motor. So he is going to purge his nitrous. Get ready to rock and roll here. And he will wrap up round number 1 of Midwest Top Sportsman. Rick was your winner yesterday as he defeated Cale Davis in the closing round. Rick is 32 on the tree and goes 15 above, goes 425.5 at 170 mile an hour on the bypass. So as soon as he clears, we're going to be rolling Super Pro down to you. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 7 and 8, please.
Up there or what?
Michael Freeman gets the win there, 006 on the tree and 21 above. Garrett Chitty turns at 21 red, goes dead 8 as he is spending his first day in that dragster, I believe. Bring up Jacob Miller and Josh Bach instead. Josh dialed 10 flat in the Carquest Auto Parts Nova. Jacob Miller, the 2000 dragster. dialed 873. 9,000 separate them on the tree. Advantage to the dragster. Win light going to go. Give it back over to Josh. 23 on the tree and 99 above. Going to get the win. Jacob Miller breaks it out. 3,000, taking over a tenth. Kevin Ollinger going to end his first round right on the starting line as he turns it 005 red. Dave Primrose 21 on the tree, dead 9, 30 total. Good lap for Dave. Kevin shuts it off early, goes 9:39.2 on the 884. Junior Dragsters, this is your first call. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1. Junior Dragsters will take you to lane number 1, your first call. Daryl Goheen, left lane, 1191 the dial in the Tesla. Ray Thompson, 812 the dial in the Dragster. Daryl Goheen going to get the win there, as it seems to me like Ray Thompson doesn't get all the way up on the chip, as Daryl 15 on the tree and 29 above. Ray was 173 on the tree. Like I said, it sounded like maybe the car was a little stumbly on the two-step. So unfortunate break for Ray as he does go down there and goes dead 5. But Daryl Goheen going to get the win. I'll bring up Jim Ulbrich and Al Grimm. Jim dialed 835 in the 05 Grand Am. Al Grimm, the 08 Racecraft. 784 the dial. And he's going to turn it 25 red, Jim Ulbrich. 28 on the tree. Goes 833.5 on the 835 dial at 161 mile an hour. So Jim Ulbrich, your winner there. Al Grimm, 25 on red, 782.3 on the 784. Scott Miller, left lane in the 67 Chevy 2 wagon, the grocery getter. Taking on Dalton Waugh out of Maquoketa, Iowa. 745 the dial for Dalton in the 95 Spitzer. I believe that is a new motor for that dragster, as they were running 813s not that long ago. Both drivers are away on green. 10,000 separate them. Win light going to go over to Scott Miller. He's 22, dead 4 to be 26 total. Dalton Waugh, 12 on the tree. Breaks it out 19, taking 33. Goes 743.1 at 180. So Scott Miller going to get the win there in the wagon. Once again, Junior Dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1. Junior Dragsters will take you to lane number 1, please. Junior Dragsters, this is your call. Lane number 1. Ryan Yeomans has the starting line advantage, but Kevin Hack's going to get the win light as he is 44 and 16 above. Ryan Yeomans breaks it out. Bring up Mark Rosenbaum and Logan Westcott. Mark dialed 817, Logan 1062 in the Tesla. Separate them on the tree. Win light gonna go to the Tesla. 49, dead 8. Mark Rosenbaum was 51 on the tree and 16 above. So Logan Westcott, your winner in that lap. Mark Rosenbaum going to move on to the buyback lane. So once again, junior dragsters, we will take you to lane 1, please. Junior dragsters will take you to lane 1. Brandon Neiman in the left lane, 816 the dial. Zach Mortensen in the right, 696 the dial for Zach. Seventh thou, separate them on the tree. Down to the stripe. Win light going to go to Sabrina. She's 22, dead 9. Zach Mortensen, 29 on the tree and 15 above. Sabrina gets there first by 13 thou. So Sabrina Neiman, your winner there, able to hold off the charge of Zach Mortensen. Bring up Valerie Chitty and Zach Miller. Valerie 1090 the dial, Zach Miller 868 the dial. Valerie Chitty, 38 on the tree and 43 above for the loss. Zach Miller, 37 and 24 above. As it appears. So once again, junior dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1. Junior dragsters will take you to lane number 1. Street bike, we will take you to lane 6 at your convenience. Street bike, we will take you to lane number 6 at your convenience. So street bike, this is your first call to lane number 6. Street bike, this is your first call. Mike Halverson, left lane, 945 the dial. Jack Bosack in the right, 825 the dial for the dragster. Pretty sizable difference up front, win light. Oh, boy. Give it over to Jack Bosack. He's 157 on the tree, goes and 22 above for the win. Mike Halverson was 27 on the tree, breaks it out 16 thou, taking over a tenth and a half a stripe. So that is probably the third or fourth race we've seen where we are taking so much stripe, breaking it out by so little. Mike Halverson going to kick himself for that one. Jack Bosack, your winner there. Mike Fuller, left lane, going to turn it 006 red. Paige Davis, 27 on the tree. Stops the clock at 773.3 at 170 mile an hour. Mike Fuller goes 775.1 at 174 mile an hour. So Paige Davis, your automatic winner there via red light. So once again, street bike, we will take you to lane number 6. Street bike, your call to lane number 6. Test and tune, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Test and tune, we'll take you to lanes 7 and 8. And Foxy Lady, this is your 5-minute standby call. 5 minutes for Foxy Lady, 5 minutes. James Halverson, left lane, 925 the dial. Matt Melcher in the right, 765 the dial for Matt. Matt's going to turn it 004 red. James Halverson, 24 on the tree. It goes 25 above for the win. Matt Melcher goes 766.3 at 175 mile an hour on the 765 dial. James Halverson picking up the lap win via red light. That'll bring up our last pair of Super Pro cars. Dave Ringelstetter from Johnson Creek, Wisconsin, 925 the dial for Dave. Zach Halverson in the right lane, 995 the dial in the Camaro. $30,000, separate them on the tree. Can Zach hold off the charge of the Model T? He's not going to get it done. In a double breakout, Zach Halverson takes 43 to break it out 30. Dave 50 on the tree, breaks it out 17. So Dave Ringelstetter, your winner there. Zach Halverson headed to the buyback lane. That'll bring up the junior dragsters next. Street bike, you should be headed to lane number 6, please. Test and tune, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. So street bike, lane 6. Test and tune, lanes 7 and 8, please. So once again, street bike, I believe you guys are all in lane 6. Test and tune will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Alrighty, Bennett Meyer left lane, 890 the dial. Taking on Lane Smith, 1190 the dial for Lane. Slade Hess left lane, Benji Freeman in the right. Foxy Lady, we will take you guys to lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5 for round 1 of eliminations. Foxy Lady will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Round 1 of eliminations. Win light going to go to Slade Hess. See his 26 on the tree and goes 827.5. Benji Freeman stumbles a little off the line and goes 869.8 on the 801 at 81 mile an hour. So Slade Hess, your winner there. Leighton Hack left lane, Sam Freeman in the right. 802 the dial for Leighton, 806 the dial for Sam. Starting line advantage is going to go to Sam Freeman. Win light going to go. Hand it over to Sam on the double breakout. Sam's 45 on the tree, breaks it out 12. Leighton Hack 89. Breaks it out 49. Trying to get there first. Sam Freeman, your winner there. JC Thompson going to get the automatic win there as Kaylee Castle has issues with the car. So JC Thompson takes the broke by, and then we will just have a test and tune run as we have a new junior trying to get comfortable in the car. So Carson Meyer just going to mosey on way down the track, because like I said, he's trying to figure out the tree and get comfortable in the car. And then we will be into street bike. Test and tune, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. But Eric Arneson, he is 002 on the tree. And barring any crazy event, he has Matt Vaughn covered. Win light, going to go to Eric. He is 002 and 180 above for the win. Matt Vaughn was 272 on the tree and goes 1283.0 on the 1269 and 102 mile an hour. So Eric Arneson moving on. Rainey Cernetsky, left lane, 1190 the dial. Taking on Steve Coronado, also 1190 the dial. Steve is second off the starting line, but Randy misses a shift, so we are back in business. We are racing it out. Win light going to go to Steve. Randy can't overcome the missed gear. Steve going to get the win by 23 thou as he goes 12:03.8 at 96 mile an hour. So Steve Coronado, your winner there. Ron Lagwe. Right lane, 91 Sportster. Taking on Stan Sleever in the left. 1070 the dial for Stan, 1205 the dial for Ron. Alrighty, Pro Buyback. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 in behind Foxy Lady. Pro Buyback. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 in behind Foxy Lady. In the left lane, 942 the dial, Dylan Tydrick. Right lane, it's going to get the win as Jaron turns it 47 red, Dylan 31 on the tree. Goes 914-4. Jaron shuts it off early, goes 1060 with a 1. As Dylan is going to pick up the round win there. So once again, Pro Buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5 behind the Foxy Ladies. Pro Buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5 behind Foxy Lady. Todd Tydrick, left lane, 929 the dial. Taking on Alex Zoller in the right lane, 1439 the dial for Alex. Anybody's race. Slight advantage going to Todd. Win light down at the end, going to go to Alex. As he is 116 on the tree, goes 1455, 3 on the 1439. Todd 87 on the tree, goes 958, 3, as it seems like the bike doesn't get there for him. So Alex, your winner in that lap. I'll bring up Elizabeth Vaughn and Steve That's not Steve. That's Craig Zoller. Craig Zoller going to get the win there on the double breakout. Once again, Pro Buyback. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 behind Foxy Lady. Pro Buyback. Lanes 4 and 5 behind Foxy Lady. That'll bring us to our test and tune cars. Once again, Pro Buyback, you should be headed to lanes 4 and 5. Foxy Lady, you should already be in lanes 4 and 5. So once again, Pro Buyback, head to lanes 4 and 5. Pro Winners, you are on a short standby. Pro Winners, you are on standby. Quick 16, you are in the hole, so to speak. So quick 16 cars, be thinking about coming around for pairing. So round one of Foxy Lady, Emily Ploman goes 59 red, going to hand the automatic win over to Kaylee Hansen. Kaylee goes down there, runs 1570 on the 1560 dial. Emily breaks out by a ton, 1486.4 on the 1570. So Kaylee moving on. The good news for Emily, it is a free buyback. So she can come right back around when we call them again and get another shot at it. Left lane, Roxanne Inman, 1575 the dial. Taking on Jody Brady. Jody, 1725 the dial. Away goes Jody. She turns it 98 red. Roxanne going to get the win. So Roxanne gets the win there. She goes 16:03.9 on the 1575 dial. That'll bring up Cameron Cox in the 08 Hyundai, taking on not on file. 1520 the dial. 1520 the dial for the right lane, the Toyota Tundra. 1705 the dial for the Hyundai. A double red light start is going to go not on file's way, as Cameron turns it 53 red. Not on file is 15 red. That'll bring up our buy car, Lauren Meyer, 1608, the dial in the Chevy truck. So Lauren Meyer going to get the buy here. And away she goes. Pro winners. We'll take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro winners will take you to lanes 4 and 5. So once again, pro winners will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Once again, pro winners, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Quick 16, you are on a short standby. We will be calling you shortly. Quick 16, we will be calling you shortly. 16, quick 16. We will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16, we'll take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Once again, quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Kevin Hack picks up the win there as he is 41 on the tree, dead 4. Garrett Chitty. Zach Halverson left lane, 992 the dial. Jeff Freeman, 1006 the dial. $8,000. Daryl Goheen picks up the round win there. He's 16 on the tree, dead 6. Christian, 33 on the tree and 20 above. Not going to get the win. They'll bring up Siobhan Warner and Bob Ridenauer. $10.81 the dial for Siobhan, $10.22 the dial for Bob. Siobhan's going to find the red bulb again. 003 red. Bob Ridenauer, 38 on the tree. Going to take the free stroll down Main Street and stop the clock. 10:22.9 on the 10:22. So Siobhan unable to find the green bulb today. Left lane, Bob Dish, 1066 the dial. Right lane, Scott Robinson, 1072 the dial for Scott. Win light goes to Bob. He is 91 and goes 1084.8 on the 1066. That'll bring up Jeff Freeman Jr. and Tom Hessness. They are both away on green. Jeff Freeman Jr. has a lot of room to move. Down at the quarter-mile stripe, win light is going to go to Jeff Freeman Jr. He's 005 on the tree, goes 11:24.7 on the 11:15. Tom Hessness, 86 on the tree, goes 982.4 at 139 mile an hour. Jeff Freeman Jr. winner there. Pulling Novak, left lane, 983, the dial in the Mazda. Taking on Travis Steffen in the S10. 1025, the dial for Travis. Bradley Green, we're missing you for quick 16. Bradley Green, we need you for quick 16. This is your call, the lanes. Bradley Green, this is your call. Coley Novak is going to turn it 60 red and end his day. Travis Steffens, 16 on the tree, breaks it out, 36. I'll bring up John Olbrich and Sly Rechterman. The 88 Mustang of Sly, the 86 Camaro of John. 1042 the dial for the Camaro, 905 for the Mustang. Oh boy, the Camaro might be in some hot water. Win light gonna go. Give the win to Sly. 41 on the tree and 21 above. John Olbrich was 102 on the tree and dead 7. 102 is hard to recover from. And Sly's gonna make him pay for it. So Sly, your winner there. Chalk one up for the Ford fans. I'll bring up Steve Geiger in the 2000 S10, taking on Ryan Rutledge, the 75 Love Machine. No E buyback. No E buyback. We will take you to the lanes, please. No E buyback. We will take you to the front of lane 6. No E buyback. This is your call to the front of lane 6. Steve Geiger going to get the win there. He's 003 and 25 above to be 28 total. Ryan Rutledge, 101 on the tree, breaks it out. 2 thou. So Steve gets the better of Ryan as that one was all but settled on the starting line. Hard to overcome a 101 light. Bill Cox, left lane, 922 the dial, taking on Ryan Seffrud, 1020 the dial. Bill Cox out of Mabel, Minnesota, the 48 Anglia. Ryan Seffrud's got him against the ropes. Bill's going to need another miracle. Win light going to go to Ryan Seffrud as he is 15 on the tree and 28 above. Bill Cox misses at 63 and 11 above. So Ryan Seffrud, your winner there. Bill going to put it back in the box and look forward to another sunny day. Just a reminder, we are off next weekend. We're going to take a little break, go on down to Eddyville and do some racing of our own as they have some bike classes down there and some foot brake and no box classes. So we're off next weekend. We're back at it August, I believe it's 9th and 10th or somewhere around there, the second weekend of August. For points races, 10 and 11. Be the 9th and the 10th. So we're back in action then. Points races 10 and 11. Hard to believe we're starting to wrap up the points race season with only 4 more races to go after today. The championships are going to start being decided, and every point is going to start to matter. Logan Westcott is going to end his day 007 red. Austin began 30 on the tree. Win light, finish line 1073-2, 124. As Austin began was on a tear. Logan Westcott 28 above. Not gonna do it. Eric Heinrichs, Dyersville, Iowa, the 80 Valair. Taking on Bruce Stockman. 1075 the dial for Bruce. Bruce might be in trouble. Win light going to go over to Eric. He's 33 and had plenty of room to move as Bruce Stockman was 238 on the tree, 238 dead 8. But Eric was 33 on the tree, goes 10:24 on the 10:06, getting there first by 33, taking the win. No E buybacks. No E buybacks. This is your call. No E buybacks. We need you to the front of lane 6. Last and final call. No E buybacks. Last and final call to the front of lane 6, please. As we have just a few pairs left in Pro Class, and we're moving on to Quick 16, round number 1. Jim Wolf in the right lane in the Chevelle. He's got an advantage early. Win light going to go over to Jim. 27 on the tree and 67 above. Frank was 78 on the tree and 39 above at 135 mile an hour. So Jim Wolf, the Wolf Service Chevelle, moving on to round number 3. Sabrina Neiman left lane, taking on Jesse Ridenauer in the right. Starting line advantage to the Roadster. And Sabrina's going to get the win in the double breakout. She is 16 on the tree and breaks it out 3. Jesse Ridenauer, 89 on the tree, breaks it out 34. I'll bring up Valerie Chitty and Charlie Sullivan. 1046 the dial for Valerie in the 2010 Camaro. 1011 the dial for Charlie Sullivan in the Duster. $14,000 difference on the starting line. Win light going to go over to Valerie. She's 50 on the tree and 31 above. Charlie, 36 on the tree, had the advantage, but the car can't get there. Valerie Chitty gets the win by 48 10,000ths of a second. So that'll do it for Pro Class, round number 2. We'll be heading into Quick 16. No E buybacks. This is your last and final call. No E winners. We'll take you to the back of lane 6. No E winners. We will take you to the back of lane number 6, please. So once again, No E open bike. We will take the winners to the top of lane 6, please. No E open bike winners, top of lane 6. So once again, No E open bike winners. We will take you to the lanes, please. Al Grimm and Bill Black, number 12 qualifier. Al Grimm going to get the win. He is 10 on the tree and 46 above. Bill Black, 68 on the tree, dead 3. Al Grimm's going to get the win. So once again, no open bike winners. We'll take you in lane 6 behind the buyback. Sportsman buybacks. We'll take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buybacks. We will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. No open bike winners. We need you to the back of lane 6. Sportsman buybacks. We'll take you to the front of lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buybacks. We'll take you to the front of lanes 2 and 3. So this will bring up your number 1 qualifier. Jesse began taking on number 9 qualifier, Cale Davis. 7:59 the dial for Cale. 673 the dial for Jesse. Give the starting line advantage to Jesse. Can the car get there? Win light. Gonna hand it over to Cale. 36 on the tree, dead 5. To be 41 total. Jesse 23 on the tree and 43 above. Cale Davis getting the win by 25 thou. So your number 1 qualifier falls in round number 1. And I'll bring up a pair of dragsters here. Sage Mortensen left lane, 894 the dial. Dalton Wall in the right, 743 the dial. Fourth thou advantage for Dalton Waugh. Win light. Dalton Waugh. 28 on the tree and 33 above. Sage Mortensen 32 on the tree. Going to break it out quite a bit, actually. He breaks out 54, taking 83. So Sage Mortensen had the room to move down there, but couldn't get the dragster slowed up. So Dalton Waugh, your winner there. Zach Miller left lane, 744 the dial, taking on Jacob Miller in the right, 871 the dial for Jacob. So once again, we'll take sportsman buybacks to lanes 2 and 3. No open bike, you should be in the lanes as we are getting ready, as we are going down through quick 16. Starting line advantage to Jacob Miller. Win light over to Zach. Zach's 22 on the tree and 20 above. Jacob Miller 18 on the tree. Car can't get there. He's 45 above. Not going to get it done. Zach Miller winning that lap there. Paige Davis, left lane, 774 the dial in the Spitzer, taking on Mr. Zach Mortensen in the right, the twin turboed big block Chevy dragster. Your number 3 qualifier with a 695.2. It's got 697 the dial. Starting line advantage to the left lane. Win light to the left lane. Pages 009 and 14 above for the win. Zach Mortensen 17 on the tree and 23 above, taking the runner-up position. I'll bring up Dave Primrose on the motorcycle. Taking on Nick Gilbertson in the front engine dragster. 848 the dial for the scooter. 713 for Nick. Wheels up launch for Nick. Big starting line advantage for Dave. Win light going to go to Dave. He's 14 on the tree and goes 854.9 on the 848 dial at 152 mile an hour. Nick, something goes weird in the box for him as he is 222 on the tree and goes 712 with a 7 on the 713 at 189 mile an hour. All right, last call, Sportsman buyback. First call, Sportsman winners. Last call, buybacks. First call, winners. Dustin Meyer going to turn it 39 red. Ray Thompson, 001 on the tree and 30 above for the win. Dustin Meyer goes 708.8 at 189 mile an hour on the 707 dial. That'll bring up our last pair of quick 16 cars. Left lane, Matt Melchert, 765 the dial. Right lane, Bradley Green, 649 the dial for Bradley. Our number 2 qualifier. Bradley kind of taking a shot in the dark here as he didn't get a clean first pass or a clean qualifying pass today. So he's taking a swing at it. We're going to see just how good he can guess. Matt Melcher going to get the win, 003 and 49 above. Bradley Green was 19 on the tree, goes 677.1 at 200 even. He was wiggling around down there. Looks like maybe he left a little debris on the starting line as well. That'll bring us into our Noe open bike class. Once again, Sportsman winners, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman winners will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy cars, lanes 4 and 5. Dan Sleever picks up the win there as Randy Gillen goes on a ride, as that bike was all of a bucking bull, and he held on to it, but Stan Sleever picks up the win there. Alex Zoller left lane, 1439 the dial. Nathan Stoll in the right, 1198 the dial for Nathan. Pair of Harleys powering them on the way down the track. Win light gonna go Nathan's way. Goes 12-13-2 at 109 mile an hour. Last and final calls, Sportsman winners. Last call, Sportsman winners. Last and final call. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Ryan Kruger is on the hunt. And Craig Zoller might be in trouble. Win light going to go. Ryan Kruger, he's down there. He's sitting up. Takes the stripe by a 10th. Has plenty of room as Craig misses the tree. Had it dialed well, but lost it on the starting line. So Ryan Kruger, your winner there. That'll bring up a father-son combo. Dylan and Todd. Tydrick on a pair of boosters. And Todd's got it out for Dylan. Win light. How about Todd? 27 on the tree and 97 above for the win. Dylan was 90 on the tree and breaks it out 7, taking 41. So Dylan had it in his hands and unfortunately let it slip. Abby Hankey is going to turn it 7 red. Jimmy Eames is going to be 236 on the tree and take the win. Down at the end, 236 on the tree, 120 above, going to get the win. Abby 007 red, 1184.5 on the 1190. So Jim, your winner there. Moving on to round number 3. Junior Street will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street buybacks, we will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street winners, we will take you behind the buybacks. So Junior Street buybacks to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street winners, we will take you in behind them, please. High school cars, high school buybacks, we will take you to the front of lanes 2 and 3. High school buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 2 and 3. High school winners, we will take you in behind the buybacks. So junior street buybacks to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Winners in behind. High school buybacks to the front of lanes 2 and 3. Winners in behind. Top Sportsman cars, this is your 5-minute notice. Top Sportsman, this is your 5-minute notice. We will be calling you to the lanes shortly. Top Sportsman, your 5-minute notice. We will be calling you to the lanes real shortly. Rick Coleman, left lane, the 84 Trans Am, taking on James Thompson Jr. in the right. 1785 the dial for James, and he's going to pick up the win as Rick turns at 21 red. James is 97 on the tree, and is going to meander his way on down the drag strip. Down at the end, he goes 1776.3 on the 1785. Rick goes 1265.5 on the 1262. So once again, junior street buybacks to the front of lanes 4 and 5, winners in behind. High school buybacks to the front of lanes 2 and 3, winners in behind. Top Sportsman cars, this is your first call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman cars, your first call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, your first call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Michelle Stepanek going to pick up the win as Taylor turns it 11 red. Michelle goes down there, goes 13.49.0 at 102 mile an hour on the 13.48. Taylor, no need to put extra strain on the car. Kind of moseys her way on down there, stops the clock at 13.13 with an 8 at 86 mile an hour. So once again, Top Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Junior Street buybacks and Junior Street, you should be in the lanes as you are out next. High school buybacks, we'll take you to the front of 2 and 3. High school winners will take you in behind, please. Top Sportsman, this is your second call to lanes 7 and 8. Carolyn Coleman and Bruce Cox. Win light going to go to Carolyn Coleman. She's 47 on the tree and 37 above for the win. Bruce Cox, 63 on the tree and 25 above. Carolyn Coleman getting the win by 0.004. 4/1000 of a second. Carolyn Coleman picks up the win over the Camaro of Bruce Cox. Call high school buybacks. If you are not in the lanes, you need to be. High school cars, high school winners, we need you to the lanes as well. So last call, high school buybacks. First call, high school winners. We need you to the lanes, please. Once again, Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 as soon as you are able. Top Sportsman, we need you to lanes 7 and 8 as you are able. So here you go. Here's your first final of the day. Shelly Klein, left lane, 1276 the dial. Stan Kepka, right lane, 1750 the dial. Your trophy final on this warm Sunday. Shelly looking for her second trophy winner of the season. Stan looking to add to the trophy case as well. The slow ride is out and running. And Shelly is going to end it right there. She clicks at 60 red. Stan Kepka's 31 on the tree. Down to the far end. How close can we get? Stan goes 1761.4 at 76 mile an hour. Shelly goes 1271.2 on the 1276. So Stan, your trophy winner today. And next up down the lane will be Junior Street. They are getting suited up and ready. High school cars, we need you to the lanes, please. High school cars, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. So here we go, Junior Street, round number 2. Benji Freeman, left lane, 1074 the dial. Lindsey Hansen, right lane, 1023 the dial. Lindsey Hansen's going to turn it 81 red. Benji Freeman going to move on. He's 161 on the tree at the 8th mile. He stops the clock at 1087.1 at 66 mile an hour. Lindsey 1026.8 at 69 mile an hour. So last and final call for all high school participants. Last and final call. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. I'll bring up Sam Freeman, 952 the dial in the left lane. Sophia Browning, 1136 the dial in the right. Good pair of reaction times for both of them. Winlight going to give it over to Sam Freeman. He's 31 on the tree and 38 above. Sophia Browning, 80 on the tree and 32 above. So Sam Freeman, your winner there. Moving on to round number 3. I believe this will bring up your last pair of junior street cars. And we will be sending you high school cars next. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Melanie Castle, 1116 the dial in the 22 Sorrento. 964 the dial for Lily Hansen in the right lane in the 76 Nova. How about this for a set of reaction times? Only 15 thou separate them on the tree. Winlight gonna go to. Hand it over to Lily. 33 on the tree goes 971.6. That's 75 mile an hour. Melanie Castle goes 1122.5 on the 1116 at 63 mile an hour. So that'll do it for round number 2 of junior street. Here comes round number 2 of high school. So we are doing a good job of getting through the afternoon here. Super Pro buybacks, you are on standby. Super Pro buybacks, you are on standby. So be ready to go as we will be calling you shortly. So once again, Super Pro buybacks, you are on standby. We will be calling you shortly. So attention out there, racer fans. The concession stand will be shutting the grill and fryers off at 3 o'clock. So about 10 minutes from now, they will sell out what they have made. They will stay open till 5 or a little bit later to sell pops and ice cream and any of the cold food and available. So you will still have availability to ice and ice cream and a cold drink. They will just be shutting the grill and fryers off here in about 15 minutes and then selling out what they have in stock. So if you're looking for a hamburger or something yet this afternoon, head on up to the concession stand, get yourself something to eat. Otherwise, like I said, they will stay open to sell ice and ice cream till 5 or a little later. As we know, it's getting warm out there. So here we go with high school. Owen Hageman left lane. 1342 the dial. Emily Vargason in the right. Pretty even up front on the starting line. Winlight is going to go over to Owen. He is 158 on the tree and 62 above for the win. Emily Vargason, 134 on the tree, breaks it out. Breaks it out 24, taking over a 10th of stripe. She had it in her hands and let it slip. I'll bring up Kagan Hilson back. Corey Miller going to take the bye run here in the Barracuda. Alex can do a little track prep, and we will be sending Top Sportsman. So Super Pro buybacks, you are on standby. Like I said, we will be calling you shortly. So sit tight. We'll be calling you as soon as Top Sportsman starts rolling. So be ready to rock and roll here in just a few minutes. Super Pro buybacks will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks, your call to lanes 7 and 8. Round number 2 of Top Sportsman. Matt Seismic, West Allis, Wisconsin, the 95 Cutlass, 457 the dial. Bill Rotz, right lane, East Moline, Illinois, the 2000 S10, 544 the dial. They're both away on green. Winlight at the 8th mile is going to say, give it to Bill. He is 31 and 32 above for the win. Matt was 62 on the tree and goes 576. I'm sorry, it goes 457.6 on the 457. Bill's going to get the win there by 55 ten-thousandths of a second. I'll bring us to our next pair, Cale Davis and Jeff Sutherland. Cale out of New Boston, Illinois. Jeff Sutherland out of Aurora, Illinois. 488 the dial for the Mustang. Mr. Sutherland, 492 on the window. Winlight going to go to Cale Davis. He is 20 on the tree and 15 above for the win, 35 total. Jeff Sutherland, 40 on the tree and 19 above, is not going to do it as he was locked out off the starting line. So Cale Davis moving on to round number 3. So I'll bring up Rick Soshka Jr., our number 1 qualifier today. 426 the dial, taking on Ed Vanderwitz in the 66 Chevelle, 504 the dial for Ed. Rick with the nitrous fed 781 cubic inch Chevy. Ed, the 632 power. $5,000 separate him on the tree. Winlight at the other end is going to go Rick's way. He is 24 and 21 above to be 45 total. Ed, 29 on the tree and 21 above. Going to lose it. Rick gets the win by 56 ten-thou of a second. I'll tell you what, these guys know how to dial their cars. They're lethal on the tree. These races are decided by minimal margins. They are quite the show to see. I want to thank the Midwest Top Sportsman Association for coming out and hanging out with us this weekend, as they have put on a good show yesterday and today with some really nice cars and some really good racing. I'll bring up Tony Zimmerman on the Byron in the 63 Corvette. 5 flat the dial out of Eden, Wisconsin. $32 up front and 21 above on the Byron. He's 53 total. So Tony Zimmerman taking the free pass into the next round. Super Pro buybacks, this is your last and final call. Super Pro buybacks, your last and final call. Super Pro winners, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Junior dragster, we will take you to lane 1. So last call, Super Pro buybacks. First call, Super Pro winners. And first call, junior dragsters. Junior dragster winners into lane 1. Junior dragster Consi into lane number 2, please. Once again, reminder, juniors, the Consi is random this round. After this round, we will get you put on a ladder. So into Super Pro we go. So once again, Super Pro winners, we will take you to the back of lanes 7 and 8. This is your last call. Super Pro winners, back of lanes 7 and 8, your last call. Junior dragsters, Junior dragsters will take winners into lane 1, Consi into lane number 2, please. Garrett Chitty, left lane, 901 the dial. Dustin Meyer in the right, 709 the dial for Dustin. Dustin Meyer picks up the win as Garrett Chitty breaks it out 8, taking 32. Handing the win over to Dustin Meyer, who's 61 on the tree, dead one to be 62 total. Matt Melcher, left lane, 766 the dial, taking on Jacob Miller in the right, 874 the dial for Jacob. Twelfth thou, separate them on the starting line. Win light gonna go Matt Melchert's way. Brian Yeoman's left lane, 815 the dial. Zach Mortensen dialed 7 flat in the twin turbo dragster. Once again, Super Pro winners, we need you to the back of the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, we need you to the back of lanes 7 and 8. Junior dragsters, we'll take the winners to lane 1. Concy into lane number 2. Dalton Wall is going to pick up the win over Mike Fuller, as Mike does what we have seen so many times today. He was 51 on the tree and goes 773.7 on the 774, taking 93 stripe, breaking it out 3 thou. Dalton Wall was 111 on the tree and 30 above, getting the win. So Mike Fuller breaks it out oh so little. Just had to turn around and look. Al Grimm, left lane, 782 the dial in the Racecraft chassis. Taking on Zach Halverson, 990 the dial for the Camaro. $11 thou in the pocket for Al. Win light gonna go to Al. He is 008, dead 2 to be 10 total. Zach Halverson, 19 on the tree, dead 7. 26 total isn't gonna win you anything. At least not that round. Al Grimm, 10 total. Puts a lap on him. Getting the win, moving on. Mike Halverson, left lane, 943 the dial for the Malibu. Right lane, Mark Rosenbaum, 818 the dial. Mark Rosenbaum, 6 thou advantage up front. Mike Halverson's going to get the win. He's 23 and 18 above. Mark Rosenbaum, 17 on the tree, had the advantage. Takes 26 stripe to break it out 2 thou. Handed the win over to Mike Halverson. Valerie Chitty, 1090 the dial in the Camaro. Taking on Michael Freeman, 1005 the dial for Mike. A 71 Duster. Mike Freeman turns it 006 red. Valerie Chitty, 20 on the tree, dead 9 to be 29 total. Mike Freeman was dead 5, but 6 thou on the wrong side of green. Handing the win over. That will bring up Paige Davis and Dave Primrose. Paige dialed 775 in the dragster, 851 the dial for Dave. Street bike buybacks. Street bike buybacks. We will take you to lane 6, please. Street bike buybacks. We will take you to lane number 6. Street bike buybacks. Lane number 6, please. Paige Davis picks up the win on the double breakout. She's 18 up front, breaks it out 20. Dave Primrose, 23 on the tree, breaks it out 43, taking 28. So Paige Davis, your winner there. Dave Primrose will be done for the day on the blue scooter. Bring up Zach Miller and Daryl Goheen. 1193 the dial for Daryl. 869 the dial for Zach Miller.
Freeman with an 039 lane.
Zach Miller. Pretty good advantage up front. Win light gonna go to Zach. He's 006 and 22 above. For the win, Daryl Goheen 52 on the tree, breaks it out 8, trying to stay ahead. So Zach Miller getting the win there. I'll bring up Scott Miller and Josh Bockenstead. The Grocery Getter Chevy 2-wagon in the left lane, the Carquest Nova in the right. Josh Bockenstead's going to take the win. He's 32 on the tree. Goes 10-11 with a 0 at 121 mile an hour. Scott Miller had the starting line advantage. Car can't get there. Josh Bockenstead gets around him by 44, taking the win. Bring up a pair of Camaros. Randy Temperley, the 70 Camaro in the left lane. Kevin Hack, the 98 Camaro in the right. Kevin Hack, 43 on the tree, dead 3 to be 46 total. Randy was 54 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. Street bike buybacks, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Street bike buybacks, we'll take you to lane number 6, please. Test and tune, we will bring you around to lane 7 and 8, please. Test and tune, we'll take you to lane 7 and 8, please. Street bike buybacks, lane 6. Test and tune, lanes 7 and 8. Jim Olbrich, left lane, the 05 Grand Am, taking on Logan Westcott in the right, the 20 Tesla. 833 the dial for Jim, 1065 the dial for Logan. Starting line advantage is going to go to Jim. Win light is going to go to Jim. How about 21 dead 8 to be 29 total? Logan Westcott 55 in another continent. Jim Olbrich going to get the win. Logan goes 10.64.4 at 122 mile an hour, breaking it out. 6th out, trying to stay ahead. Dave Ringelstetter, left lane, the 27 Model T Roadster. 923 the dial. Street Bike Winners will take you behind the buybacks, please. Street Bike Winners will take you behind the buybacks. Test and Tune will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Street Bike Winners will take you to lane 6. Test and Tune will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady, you are on standby. Foxy Lady, you are on standby. Dave Ringelstetter picks up the win there, 17 on the tree. And 49 above, James Halverson, 007. Car goes away from him. Dave going to get the win. So that'll be it for Super Pro. We'll be running into juniors next. Street Bike will take you to lane 6. Test and Tune will take you to lane 7 and 8, please. Foxy Lady, this is your call. The lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, this is your call. Remember, it is a free buyback. There's no reason not to re-enter. So, Foxy Lady, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Foxy Lady will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Bennett Meyer, right lane, 890 the dial. Jackson Melcher in the left is going to turn it red, so Bennett going to get the win. He's 78 on the tree and goes dead 3. 81 total. Want to give a shout out to Bennett Meyer as he was runner-up in the Eastern Conference Final last weekend over in Bristol. Want to give a shout out to really all the Meyer kids and the Borkland kids and the Melcher kids and all of them that went out there. They all did very well. They all represented themselves and their families very well. So congratulations to all of them. Good racing kiddos. We're happy for you. And yeah, we look forward to hopefully helping you guys go out there again next year. Elijah Warner, left lane, 1290 the dial. Taking on JC Thompson in the right, 792 the dial for JC. Leighton Hack in the left lane, 796 the dial. Melanie Castle on the right, 815 the dial for Melanie. Win light at the 8th mile, going to go to Melanie Castle. Goes 827.8 on the 815 dial at 78 mile an hour. So once again, Foxy Ladies, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. It's a free buyback, so there's no reason not to re-enter. And we will take you around to lanes 4 and 5, please. Kenzie Melchert picks up the win there as she is 15 on the tree and 95 above. Lane Smith a little late on the tree. So Mackenzie Melchert, your winner there. I will bring up your Consi buy, Benji Freeman. 801 the dial on the buy run. Benji Freeman stumbles a little off the line there, but that's all right. It's just a buy run. Goes 807.6 on the 801. So we'll go back out, figure out why it stumbled, bring it back around for the next round. I'll bring up Carson Meyer. Just going to take a free pass down the track as he is still getting used to the car. So just a little meander on down the track. Then we'll be into street bike.
All right, let's go ahead and get Pro Round 3 called to the lanes, please. Pro Round 3 to lanes 4 and 5. Pro Round 3.
Pro to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro class, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro class, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Test and tune, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. You are out after the bikes. But pro class, we need you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Eric Arneson picking up the win there. As John Eam was a little late on the tree and eventually came back to bite him. I'll bring up Alex Zoller in the left lane and Dylan Tydrick in the right. 913 the dial for Dylan. 1420 the dial for Alex, and Alex turns at 69 red. Dylan going to get the win. Goes down there, goes 9:15.9 on the 913 at 151 mile an hour. Once again, Pro Cars to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing. Test and tune is rolling down now. Then we'll be into Foxy Ladies, and we'll go back to the top. So once again, Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing. Craig Zoller picks up the win there, 73 on the tree. And 78 above, going to get the win. Stan was 189 on the tree. Stan was 189 on the tree and 94 above. Bring up Steve Coronado. He's just going to break the beams and back on out. So there he goes. In a weird turn of events, he's going to go out there and he's just going to turn it around. Whip a little Yui and head on back.
I can say for certain I have never seen that.
Bring us back around to test and tune. Then we will go into Foxy Lady. And Pro Cars, you need to be at the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, we need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. I believe there is 18 of you for round number 3. So once again, Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing, please. go. Round number 2 of Foxy Lady Class. Left lane, Emily Ploman. Dubuque, Iowa, 1486 the dial, the 24 Chevy truck. Right lane, Kaylee Hansen, 1570 the dial. And the 19 Chevy truck. Quick to the top for pairing, please. Quick 16, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, your call. Top of the lanes for pairing. Emily is a little bit tardy. Win light going to go to Kaylee Hansen. She's 299 on the tree, goes 1597 with a 0. Emily was 981 on the tree and breaks it out. So Kaylee moving on to round number 3. I'll bring up Cameron Cox in the left lane, 1721 the dial on in the 08 Hyundai. And Jody Brady out of Edgewood, Iowa, the 89 Pontiac. Jody might be in trouble. I'm sorry, Cameron might be in trouble as Jody was 19 on the tree and goes 1742 with a 6. Cameron was 265 on the tree and nowhere to go. So Jody Brady going to get the win. Cameron Cox done for the day, as that'll be it for her. But nice lap for Jody, putting the 89 Pontiac to work. That'll bring up Jamie Hilsenbeck, right lane, 1530 the dial. Lauren Meyer in the left, 1615 the dial. Once again, quick 16, we will take you for pairing, please. Quick 16 will take you for pairing, please. Top of the lanes, quick 16, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Jamie Hilsenbeck going to take the win. She is 143 on the tree and 107 above. Lauren Meyer, a little tardy, 212 on the tree. Going to cost her the race. And that'll bring up Roxanne on the Byron, the 24 Kia, 1599 the dial. She's going to meander her way on down the racetrack, and we will be headed into Pro Class. Eric Heinrich's going to get the win there. 008 and 32 above to be 40 total. Bob Ridenauer 51 on the tree. Not going to get it done. So once again, quick 16 to the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16, you should be at the top of the lanes for pairing. Noe open bike, we will take you to lane 6 for pairing, please. Noe open bike, we will take you to lane number 6 for pairing, please. Austin Ridenauer in the left lane, 1036 the dial, taking on Kevin Hack in the right, 1037 the dial for Kevin. And a red light start for Austin is going to end his day there. Kevin Hack, 18 on the tree. Goes 1035 with a 0 on the 1037. Mark Rosenbaum, left lane, 926 the dial for the Corvette. The Trans Am in the right, 1076 on the back glass. Austin began, the pilot there. Once again, Noe open bike, we need you to lane 6, please. Sportsman will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Noe open bike will take you to lane 6 for pairing. Sportsman will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. And unfortunately, we have experienced a fatality here today as a ground squirrel did not make it across the track. In moment of silence for the ground squirrel, as Alex is going to go out there and clean it up. So we're going to get that cleaned up real quick, and we'll be back to racing. Like I said, unfortunately, the ground squirrel did not make it all the way across the right lane. So that brings us to 3 animals so far this year. We have sacrificed a turtle, a ground squirrel, and a snake. So with that being said, we will be back to racing here in just a short minute. So Slyer Eckerman gets the win that last lap. We are clean and ready to go again. Valerie Chitty in the left lane in the 2010 Camaro, taking on her brother, Travis Steffens, in the right lane in the S10. 1022 the dial for Travis, 1046 the dial for Valerie. Three thou, separate them on the tree. Down at the far end of the track, win light is going to go to Valerie. She is 25, dead 7 to be 32 total. Travis Steffens, 28, dead 5 to be 33 total. So how about that for a race between siblings? 1 thou, the difference at the finish line. Valerie picking up the win. Ryan Sefrud, left lane, the 69 Camaro, 1019 the dial. Taking on RJ Mahan, right lane in the 74 Vega, 1001 the dial. It appears maybe something's causing issues on the starting line for Ryan. So once again, Sportsman Cars, we need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. No E open bike. You should be in lane number 6. So open bike to lane number 6. Top of the lanes for Sportsman, please. 986 the dial for the S10 of Steve in the left lane. 943 the dial for Sabrina. And Steve's got room to dance. Win light going to go to Steve. 15 on the tree and 32 above. Going to get the win. Sabrina was 102 on the tree and breaks it out.
Anything to the track before quick? No, we're good. Roll right into quick.
So I believe this is your last pair of pro cars for round number 3. Jeff Freeman Jr. Left lane, 1115 the dial. Daryl Goheen in the right, 1191 the dial. 10 thou, separate them on the starting line. Chalk one up for fossil fuels. 46 on the tree, dead zero to be 46 total. Daryl, 36 on the tree and 21 above. Not gonna get it done. Matt Melcher left lane, Dave Primrose in the right. Dave looking over at him, win light, gonna go to Dave, 33 and 13 above, gonna get it done as Matt is 25 on the tree and 32 above, falling behind. Dave Primrose gets the win by 11 thou. The scooter is moving on to the semifinals. Al Grimm left lane, 782 the dial. Dalton Wall in the right, 745 the dial for Dalton. Al Grimm has the advantage, and he's going to get the win. He's 12 on the tree and 18 above to be 30 total. Dalton Wall was 33 on the tree, dead 2 to be 35. And unfortunately, 35 is a pretty good package. But when the other guy in the other lane puts a better one on you, can't do anything but shake your head and move on. So Al Grimm moving on to the semifinals. Bring up Cale Davis and Ray Thompson. Cale in the Top Sportsman Mustang. I believe he is also still dancing in the Top Sportsman class. So Cale Davis, left lane, Ray Thompson in the right, 814 the dial for Ray, 760 the dial for Cale. And Cale is going to be upset with that one. He turns it 006 red. Ray Thompson's going to get the win with a 99 light. Cale, 006 red, dead zero. Ray Thompson, 99 on the tree and 21 above, taking the win. So a tough break for Cale Davis. Junior Street, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. This is your first call. Junior Street, this is your first call to lanes 4 and 5. High school, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3 behind Sportsman. So Junior Street will take you to lanes 4 and 5. High school will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Paige Davis, 001 red, hands the win over to Zach Miller. Zach Miller is 007 and 10 above to be 17 total. Good lap for him. Paige, 14 above at 170 mile an hour. So Zach Miller moving on to the semifinals. All right, so here we go. Noe Open Bike, gear-driven performance. Noe Open Bike, left lane, Nathan Stoll. The big bearded man on the Harley. 1198 the dial. Taking on the boss man, Eric Arneson. 1099 the dial. And Eric is going to turn it 57 red. Nathan Stoll, 10 on the tree. And he breaks it out 6th thou. So Nathan Stoll, the automatic winner there. Eric Arneson goes 11.042 on the 1099. I'll bring up Todd Tiedrick and Ron Lagwe. $11.90 the dial for Ron. $9.40 the dial for Mr. Tiedrick. So Junior Street and High School, we will take you to the lanes, please. Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5. High School to lanes 2 and 3. Top Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 at your convenience. Top Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. So once again, Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 at your convenience. Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please, for your convenience. Ryan Kruger's got a pretty hefty lead on the starting line, and he's going to sit up and get the win, as he is 79 on the tree and 937 with an 8 on the 923. Stan Sleever, 209 on the tree, goes 1083.5 on the 1072 at 125 mile an hour. So next up will be Sportsman cars coming down. Then we'll be into junior street and high school. So once again, junior street, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. High school, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Top sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Michelle Stepanek out in front, 1346 the dial. Jim Eam, 12 flat the dial. Oh, no. Oh, no. Michelle Stepanek, 67 on the tree, breaks it out 40, taking over 5/10 of stripe. Jim Eam, 446 on the tree and 86 above for the win, as that is a brutal way to lose it today. So unfortunately for Michelle Stepanek, she had that every which way but loose, but breaks it out, handing the win over to Jim. Doug Heinrichs, left lane, Dyersville, Iowa, 1331 the dial. Carolyn Coleman in the right lane, 1432 the dial for her. Down to the far end of the racetrack, brake lights on for Doug, wind light on for Doug. He's 42 on the tree, goes 1341 with a 7 at 96 mile an hour. Carolyn Coleman was a little tardy on the tree, goes 1439.3 at 96 mile an hour. So once again, Top Sportsman will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. I believe we are down to 4 of you. Top Sportsman, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. James Thompson Jr. right lane, Emily Vargason in the left. 30 thou, separate them on the tree. Wind light gonna go to James Thompson Jr., 91 on the tree and 50 above for the win. Emily, 121 on the tree and 46 above, taking the runner-up position. Our last pair of sportsman cars in round number 3. Andrew Quinn, your current points leader. Number 51, the Division 5 sportsman champion last year. 1465 the dial, taking on Owen Hageman. 1343 the dial for Owen. Alrighty, attention to the pit. The fuel store will be closing at 4:30, so about 10 minutes from now we will be closing up the fuel store. So if you need any last second fuel for your next few race weekends. Before you come back and visit us again, head on up to the fuel store. Dad and Herb will be happy to help you out. And how about Owen Hageman? Trip, zip, and 31 above for the win. He puts a 31 pack on Andrew. Andrew is 55 on the tree and 54 above, has nowhere to go, as Owen Hageman trip, zip, gets the job done, puts a lap on Mr. 51, and that will send him home for the day. So the good news for Owen, if he brings his time slip up to the tower, he will get a quick performance let and go Triple L poker chip and be entered into the $500 gift certificate raffle at the end of the year. So that will bring up a pair of brothers. Benji Freeman just got his junior street license yesterday. Sam Freeman, the number 1 in points. I'm sure Benji would love nothing more than to put a lap on his brother right here. 948 the dial for Sam, 1086 the dial for Benji. $47,000 separated them on the Christmas tree. To the 8th mile they go. Win light is going to say Sam Freeman. 80 on the tree. Goes 957.8 on the 948 dial. Benji Freeman 127 on the tree. Goes 1093.7 on the 1086 at 65 mile an hour. That'll bring up our junior street buy. Lily Hansen from West Salem, Wisconsin, 970 the dial. In the 76 Nova. So it looks like Top Sportsman is in the lanes. High School is also in the lanes. Super Pro, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Super Pro, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. So we got one more high school pair to run. We're waiting for the one car to cool off and come back around. And then we'll go into Top Sportsman. And then following Top Sportsman, we'll be running Super Pro.
Just getting in.
Alrighty, our last pair of high school cars is in the lanes. We're going to wait for them to get ready, get dressed, and get going. And then we will be into Top Sportsman. Here we go. Last pair of high school cars for round number 3. And then we are into Top Sportsman semifinals, and then on to Super Pro. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes at your earliest convenience. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Junior Dragsters, this is your call. To the lanes for pairing, please. Left lane, Corey Miller, 68 Barracuda. Right lane, Owen Hageman, the 04 Mustang. Win light going to go to Owen Hageman. How about 007 Dead 1 to be 8 total? This is high school class. Owen, take it easy on him. Goodness. He is 8 total. Puts Corey Miller on the trailer. So a little bit of broom and drag here, and then we will be running Top Sportsman.
Final set.
All right, so once again, junior dragsters, we will take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Junior dragsters, we will take you to the lanes for pairing. Street bike, we will also take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Street bike, we will also take you to the lane 6 for pairing at your convenience. So here we go, 4 Top Sportsman cars left. Rick Sochka Jr., North Aurora, Illinois, the 02 Firebird, your number 1 qualifier, 427 the dial, taking on Bill Rotz, 546 the dial. In the Logger House, Gabby's Bar and Grill, S10. So number 1 versus number 13. 546 the dial for Bill. All righty, here we go. Here comes the tree. 13 separate them up front. Win light going to go to Rick. 32 on the tree and 17 above. I'm sorry, 27 above for the win. Bill was 45 on the tree and 30 above. Rick getting the win by 16 thousandths of a second. Rick going to see if he can double up on the weekend as he moves to his second final in as many days. Here we go with Cale Davis and Tony Zimmerman. 488 the dial for the Mustang in the left lane. .501 the dial for the Corvette. So the Mustang and the Corvette looking to punch their ticket to the final. Can Cale Davis do it again? 5,000 separate them on the tree. Win light is going to go to Tony Zimmerman. He's 14 on the tree and 25 above. Cale Davis 19 on the tree and 25 above. So Tony Zimmerman going to get the win by 005. So it'll be Tony Zimmerman and Rick Sochka in the Top Sportsman final today. And Super Pro will be coming to you next. Junior Dragsters, we hope you're in the lanes. Street Bike, we will take you to the lanes if you are not there already. Red. Alrighty, Super Pro round number 3. Zach Mortensen, left lane, 7 flat the dial. Taking on Dustin Meyer in the right, 708 the dial for Dustin. One of the few times Dustin Meyer is going to have to leave first. Win light. Going to go to Dustin Meyer. He's 39, dead 8. Dustin Meyer, 39, dead 8 to be 47 total. Zach Mortensen, 29 on the tree and 52 above. Not going to get it done. So Dustin Meyer moving on to round number 4. That'll bring up Valerie Chitty and Dave Ringelstetter. 1090 the dial for Val, 925 the dial for Dave. Two thousandths is all the difference on the starting line. Win light gonna go to Valerie Chitty, 32 on the tree and 11 above to be 43 total. Dave was 34 on the tree and 20 above. Valerie Chitty going to get the win there. Josh Bockenstead, the Carquest Auto Parts Nova. 1006 the dial in the left lane, taking on Jack Bosak. 828 the dial for the dragster. .28 in the pocket for Jack in the right lane. Win light. He's going to get it done. 10 and 19 above to be 29 total. Josh Bockenstead, 38 on the tree. Breaks it out, trying to stay ahead of him. So Jack Bosak going to get the win. Moving on to round number 4. Al Grimm and Mike Halverson, 783 the dial for Al, 945 for Mike. Al Grimm was a $5,000 winner at the Fangmann Performance Center Pair 5K Dual Days just a few weeks ago. Our Sunday main event winner. Nine thousandths advantage to Mike Halverson. Win light going to go to Al Grimm. He is 23, dead 4 to be 27 total. Mike Halverson, 14 on the tree and 15 above to be 29 total. Margin of victory there, 22 ten-thousandths of a second. Mike Halverson falls behind. Al Grimm moving on. Pair of dragsters on the line here. Matt Melcher, left lane, 766 the dial, the 07 Racecraft at a Hopkett in Iowa. Taking on Paige Davis, the 12 Spitzer at a New Boston, Illinois, 774 the dial. Paige Davis is going to find herself in a little trouble off the starting line. Can Matt hang on for a win? He sure will. 19 and 27 above for the win. Paige Davis 43 on the tree and 10 above. Matt Melcher getting there first by 73 ten-thousandths of a second, taking the win. Zach Miller and Kevin Hack. Eleventh out advantage for Mr. Hack. Win light going to go to Zach Miller. He's 30 on the tree, dead 0 to be 30 total. Kevin Hack, 19 on the tree, breaks it out 1 thou, taking 12. Had to take 11 or less. Tough way to lose for Kevin. Good lap for Zach. Zach is moving on. Alrighty, test and tune. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Test and tune will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for what will be your last shot at the track today. So test and tune cars, your last chance at the track today. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. So once again, test and tune, your last chance at the track today. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Jim Olberg going to pick up the win there. He's 62 on the tree, dead one. Dalton Waugh had the starting line advantage and gives it back around to Jim. Jim gets around him by 2 thou, taking the win. So once again, test and tune to lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady to lanes 4 and 5. Test and tune, lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady to lane 4 and 5, please. And we will take pro cars to the top of the lanes for pairing. So test and tune, lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady, lanes 4 and 5. And pro cars to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. So once again, test and tune cars to lanes 7 and 8. Foxy Lady to lanes 4 and 5. And pro to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Red light start for J.C. Thompson. Bennett Meyer going to get the win. 39 on the tree and 1 under at 75 mile an hour. J.C. was 77. Red goes dead zero at 82 mile an hour. On the Byron, Slade Hess 39 on the tree and 44 under at 83 mile an hour. Going to see himself in the final today. Bring up our Conti side of the ladder. Benji Freeman, left lane. Melanie Castle in the right. Melanie Castle and Benji Freeman. Melanie has quite the advantage up front. Win light going to go to Benji Freeman as Melanie Castle breaks it out. Benji Freeman 481 on the tree, goes 835.7 on the 823. Melanie Castle was 90 on the tree, goes 822.8 on the 825, breaking it out 22, taking over 5/10. So tough break for Melanie. Benji kind of gets away with one there. But hey, a win's a win no matter how it comes. So Benji Freeman will come back around to catch Mackenzie. As Mackenzie Melcher is going to take her Byron. Quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. No E open bike, we will take you to lane 6 for pairing. No E open bike, we will take you to lane, well, I can't hardly call no E open bike if I got street bikes sitting in the lanes, can I? So quick 16 will need you to the top of the lanes for pairing. No E open bike. If you are not currently in the lanes, we will take you to lane 6. As Carson Meyer is going to meander his way on down the racetrack. As he has made big strides in the car so far this weekend. Goes 15.85 with a 9 at 42 mile an hour. So street bike coming to you next. And then we will be running our Foxy Lady class. I'm sorry, we'll be running our Test and Tune, then our Foxy Lady, and then we will be into Pro. As we are marching our way through the afternoon. Warm one. But with 190 entries on the property, I think I want to thank you all for staying with us and cruising along. We've done a great job of keeping the show moving. This is definitely a record for us on a regular points weekend for the season. Our current record stands at 212 in the last 3 years. That was our best entry on a points weekend. Of course, that was a Wally weekend, so that makes a little bit of a difference. But yeah, with 190 entries on the property, we want to say thank you guys for keeping the show moving and helping us out as much as you can. So like I said, street bike coming at you here, followed by Foxy Lady, Test and Tune, and then we will be back to the top of the order in Pro class.
All right, quick 16 to the top of the staging lanes. And I believe we can call no E open bike as well. So quick 16 to the top of the staging lanes, as well as open bike. Roxanne Inman going up against Jamie Hilsenbeck in our Foxy Lady class. And Roxanne Inman's going to take the win. Sportsman class. If you are still in, bring it around to the staging lanes. Lucas is up there to pair you. So Sportsman, bring it around to the top of the staging lanes for pairing. So Roxanne taking the win over Jamie Hilsenbeck. Going to bring up Kaylee Hansen taking on Jody Brady. Jody's going to stage it deep and wait for Kaylee to come in. Kaylee dialed in at a 1570, Jody at a 1740, so Jody's going to have about 2 seconds head start. Advantage up front's going to go Jody's way. They'll take it to the other end, see what the wind light says. Wind light going Kaylee's way. Jody's going to break out. Goes down and breaks out 34. Had plenty of room, but just not quite enough brakes. They'll finish up that round of the Foxy Lady, which I believe will bring us pro next, as our pro cars are suiting up and getting ready to race. All right, so this is going to bring up our Toys Done Right Pro class. Going to be Steve Geiger going up against Zach Halverson. Steve dialed in at a 987 over there in his 2000 S10. Zach coming in just a little above him at a 990 in his 92 Camaro. They're going to almost leave identical times. Both drivers are pre-staged, bumping in. Steve's going to lock in. There's Zach. We're away clean and green, and the advantage is going to go Steve's way. Steve's got about 30 in his pocket to go down to the other end. See if he can hold on to it. Win light says Steve. Steve is 15 up front, dead 5, locks Zach out. 20 total. Zach Halverson was 46 on the tree and had nowhere to go. That'll bring Steve back around to the next round. And now we got Mark Rosenbaum going up against Sly Rechterman. Mark with the 64 Corvette in the left lane, dialed in at a 927. Got a 2/10 head start on Sly's 907 in his Mustang. No advantage up front. Just one thou separates them. They're going to take it to the other end, see who can hit the number. And it's going to go Mark's way. Sly just not able to run the number. Mark goes down dead 5, 36 total. Sly had room, but it wasn't a lot. I'll bring up Doug, or not Doug Heinrichs. I'll bring up Doug's boy Eric in the left lane, going up against Valerie Chitty in the right. You watch these cars long enough, you get used to who's driving, and then they switch the drivers up on you. Eric's dialed in at a 1005, Valerie at a 1046. Valerie's wheels up in green, and Eric's going to click at 26 red. They're going to take it to the other end. Win light's going to already be on for Valerie, as Valerie coasted it out the other end. So we'll save the parts. We don't need to put a full lap on. Going to bring up Jeff Freeman Jr. taking on RJ Mahan. Jeff can have a little over a second head start in his 69 Barracuda. RJ is going to try and chase him down in his 74 Vega. Tree comes down. Reaction time advantage is going Jeff Freeman Jr.'s way. I'm not going to do the math to know how much, but it's a lot. Win light, Jeff Freeman Jr. 008 up front, 36 above, locked RJ out. RJ started with a 1 up front, and that's not going to get you very far in the late rounds. Rounding out pro is going to be Kevin Hack on his Byron. So Kevin's going to get a shot to see what the car can do. Kevin's going to go 21 up front. See if he's going to run it out the other end. Looks like he's going to. See what it'll do. 33 on a 35, so that gives him a little information coming around the next round. All righty, Ray Thompson going up against Zach Miller in quick 16. Zach Miller's going to take the win. Ray Thompson took it down there, broke out 1 thou. Had room. 54. He took the stripe to break it out 1. That one's going to hurt when he sees that time slip. So, high school, we're going to hold on you. Again, high school, we're going to hold on you. We're going to call you later up because we got one of you in the sportsman yet. So, junior street. Okay, junior street, you can go ahead and bring it around. Junior street, bring them around to 2 and 3 behind sportsman. We are down to our final. So, junior street, come on around to the back of 2 and 3 right there behind sportsman. We're going to run your final off. High school, just hold off. We're going to call you here in a little bit. And with junior street coming around, we will call Super Pro. Super Pro, if you are still in competition, go ahead and bring it around to the top of the staging lanes for pairing. Super Pro to the top of the lanes for pairing. All right, so for those of you that are a little confused there, Ryan Kruger has the Byron to say he doesn't want to put a lap on the bike. He knows what it's going to do, so he just takes the beam and backs out. All he's got to do is take the tree under power. So he has gotten, basically just told the computer system that he made his lap, even though he just took the tree and backed out. And he will join one of these two gentlemen in the final. So Ron and Nathan line up to see who's going to join Ryan in the final. Ron dialed in at a 1176 on his 91 Harley. Nathan on his 01 Harley also dialed in. Oh, sorry, Nathan's at 1196. Ron's an 1176. A little dyslexic there. Getting down to the other end, and win light says Nathan. Ron goes down and breaks it out, had nowhere to go. Reaction time advantage was too high for Nathan, so Nathan's going to take the win. All right, again, Junior Street. Junior Street, you should be in the staging lanes right there behind Sportsman. We're rolling Sportsman out, and you guys are following. So Junior Street finalists, I got one of you. I believe I'm looking for one of the Freeman boys. So Sam or Benji, whichever one of you two won your face-off, go ahead and bring it around. We got your partner up here ready to run the final. Sportsman's rolling into the water. Super Pro. Super Pro, you should be at the top of staging. You should be at the top of staging for pairing. Super Pro, top of staging. Lucas is up there waiting for you. I know we're putting a little speed into calling these rounds, but warm as it is for you guys, it's just as warm as for our employees that have been standing out here all day. We want to keep things moving. Our first pair of sportsmen there was Owen Hageman going up against Jim Eam. Owen going to take the win. 27 up front, few above, but had room as Jim Eam just couldn't quite run the number. So Owen Hageman is going to come around to the final to race either Doug Heinrichs or James Thompson Jr. James is staging deep, so he's got both bulbs on right away. Bumps in. Doug's going to let him all the way in before he joins him. Reaction time advantage is going to go Doug's way. He's got about 30 in his pocket. Carrying him out the other end. Going to see if he can get around him. And he does. Doug Heinrich's going to take the win. So we'll bring up our junior street final. Lily Hansen in the left lane. Lily running the 76 Nova from West Salem, Wisconsin. Taking on Sam Freeman. Running his new Dart Swinger. This is his first weekend out with that one. Sam coming from Davenport. Sam's got the advantage up front. Winlight. Winlight's going to go to Lily. Fortunately, the Dart just not going to run the number. He had room, He had the advantage, but just couldn't quite bring it around. So, looking at the math, Sam was our number one in points for Junior Street, but I believe he should still keep it. Lily was number 3, so she'll gain a little bit, but not a whole lot on Sam. So with that, we're going to have a little downtime here. Ryan's going to touch up the starting line for our top sportsmen and super pro competitors. When the track gets as warm as it does and you have the street tires bringing a few little pebbles around, we like to go out there and do a little broom and drag to refreshen the surface and get it as high of quality as we can for our racers. Like Ryan's going to take her out there a ways, clean everything up, give them a nice smooth surface to go down. Bring up our start of Super Pro. Dustin Meyer going to have the Byron. Dustin Meyer getting the Byron there. 71 up front to be off by quite a bit on the other end. I'm being told he got out of it, but we don't know that for sure. I handed over the reins of track prep to Ryan, so that could be the problem. Oh, Dustin doesn't need to make a full lap on it. He knows what it's going to do. Just wanted the shot at the tree. We got that, and he will bring it around to face one of the next few here. We'll bring up our next pair of round number 4 Super Pro, our quick performance Super Pro class. Matt Melcher going up against Jim Olbrich. Both drivers lock the tree in. Tree comes down. Matt's got the advantage up front. Anything can happen. Take it to the quarter mile. Win line's going to stay with Matt. 23 up front, 14 above to lock Jim out. So Matt is going to move on to round number 5. I'll bring up Zach Miller and Jack Bozick. Only about 3 thousandths separate them up front. Quarter mile win light says Zach Miller. Double breakout win. How about that? Took the stripe by 0, 0, 0, 0. I think that's the first time I've ever seen where it didn't give me a number of how far they took the stripe. So that went all the way out to the 5th digit that the computer won't tell me. And Zach Miller takes the win by 3 thousandths of a second. So that's going to bring up Valerie Chitty and Al Grimm. So Al is also in our quick 16 final. So Al's been hot lapping the dragster a little bit, doing what he can to keep up. Valerie got a 1090 on the car, getting ready to do a little super street racing in 2 weeks, going up to the Brainerd Divisional. Might as well get everything set right here, so it's easy when you get up there. Tree's gonna come down. Val's away, she's on the stop, and then she's off the stop. Slight reaction time advantage going Valerie's way. See if the car can run the 90. Wind light's gonna go Al's way. Valerie, 9 under. Took 31 to break out 9. So, looks like wasn't on the throttle stop quite enough. But they got a lot of good data today to be able to take that up to Brainerd. Al is going to probably bring it back and cool it down a little bit before he comes around for the final. All right, street bike, this is your call up to the staging lane. So street bike, if you're still in competition, bring them around to the staging lanes. And then we're also going to put out the call for Foxy Lady. Foxy Lady, you can go ahead and bring them on up to the staging lanes as well. So street bike, and Foxy Lady. Bring them around to the staging lanes. We're going to get you guys paired up and get you down the track. We got a couple cars here. We're going to run our Top Sportsman final. And I'm not quite as brave as Ryan, so we're going to stick to first names on the Top Sportsman final. All right, so Rick and Tony. Rick dialed in at a 429 in the left lane in the, we'll call it Firebird adjacent Top Sportsman rig. Tony dialed in at a 502 in his Corvette in the right. Both cars are going to start inching in towards the tree to get staged. Rick's going to purge a little more nitrous, get the pressure set just where he wants it. Tony and Rick are both pre-staged. Bumping in to lock the tree in. Like Tony's going to take it first. Rick will follow him in. And the tree comes down, cars go up. Slight reaction time advantage going Rick's way. And the win light is going to go Tony's way. Rick's going to get there first and break out doing it. He had room, but couldn't quite get it done. So the win is going to go to Tony Zimmerman. He will be your Top Sportsman winner for the day. We want to thank all of the Midwest Top Sportsman racers for joining us this weekend. Obviously, yesterday wasn't ideal weather or an ideal plan, but we did get their race in yesterday as well. But again, we want to thank all of the Midwest Top Sportsman racers for joining us. Hopefully they'll be able to fit us in their schedule and come back again, whether it be later this year or next year. But congratulations, Tony Zimmerman, your Midwest Top Sportsman champion for today. It's going to bring up a little test pass. Made a few changes to the car. Just want to make sure everything's right. And then we will be going into juniors. All right, so our juniors are getting ready. Our high school final, you should be on the way to the lanes. Looks like I got one of you up there. So high school final. You guys can go ahead and bring that around. We have our Foxy Lady final is sitting up there. Street bike. Looks like we're missing one of our street bike competitors. So street bike, if you are still in and you're not in the lanes, your two partners are up there. Pro ET, go ahead and come on around to the top of the lanes for pairing. Pro ET, meet Lucas at the top of the lanes for pairing. And again, high school final. If you're still in high school, and you're not in the staging lanes, you're late because your partner's there. We're going to try and wrap out some of these finals and keep burning through cars as quick as we can. That's going to bring up one of our junior finals. So it looks like Slade Hess is going to take the win on that one. Bennett had the reaction time by 4th thou up front, but just a little farther off of the dial. Bring up Benji Freeman and Mackenzie Melchert. Benji dialed in at an 835. Mackenzie at a 791. Been having a little problems with Benji's carburetor. Seems to be stumbling off the starting line. Looks as though it's going to do it again, but Benji's going to have a reaction time advantage. We'll see if it's enough to make up for it. And it is. The reaction time advantage is enough to make up for the stumble and the car not getting to the number. But Benji Freeman will come around for the runoff. This is going to bring up our street bike semifinals. Once again, it looks like we have our final for Foxy Lady and our final for high school. Pro cars, you need to be to the top of the lanes. Pro cars to the top of the lanes. Lucas is up there to pair you. Those are juniors. Get off the top end of the track. We're going to bring street bike up. We'll have a pair of Craig Zoller and Steve Coronado. Craig easy to pick out by his white leather pants and what used to be pure white shoes. I got a little black stains on them now. But Craig dialed in at 1122, Steve at an 1190. Steve gets out first, slight advantage going Steve's way. Get down to the other end looking at each other, and the win light's going to go Steve's way. Steve got there first by 70 thousandths, and he will take the win by 70. So Steve will come back around to face Dylan Tiedrick in the final of Street Bike. Dylan dialed in at a 914, going to get a free lap to see what the bike will do. High school final. Owen Hageman taking on Wesley Devaney. Owen's got the reaction time advantage. Win light is going to go Wesley's way. Wesley gets there and takes the win by 16 thousandths. Owen just couldn't quite get there. So Wesley Devaney taking the high school win for the weekend. Wesley was fourth in points, so hopefully that'll jump him a little bit. That's going to bring him our Foxy Lady final. Kaylee Hansen taking on Roxanne Inman. Both cars are away green. One is significantly more green than the other. But with the Foxy Lady class, we try not to judge too much. And taking it to the other end, win light is going to go Kaylee's way. So Kaylee Hansen, your Foxy Lady champion for the weekend. Kaylee will get a charcuterie board and a whole bunch of other goodies. So congratulations to Kaylee. And again, all winners, if you have won your class and you would like to get your picture out of the way, go ahead and bring them on around to the winner's circle. We have Cameron up there to take pictures. So again, if you are a final winner, if you have already won your final, bring them around to the winner's circle. We'll get your picture taken so you guys can get loaded up and headed out. But again, pro class, I believe we're waiting on one of you. And I know this gentleman is making some laps today, so we're waiting a little bit on him. We will go ahead and call No E Open Bike. No E Open Bike. Go ahead and bring him around to the staging lanes. We're going to leapfrog over Quick 16. Both competitors in the Quick 16 final are also still in Super Pro, so a little double dipping today, but that's all right. We're going to give them a little time to get their stuff around. So No E Open Bike. You guys can go ahead and bring them around to the staging lanes. All right, Super Pro, bring them around. There's a few of you left. We're going to get you paired up at the top of the lane. So Super Pro to the top of the lanes for pairing. Lucas is up there waiting for you. He's going to get you paired and we'll get you down the track. So again, Super Pro, bring them around. All right, again, Super Pro, bring them around. Few of you left, so bring them around to the top of the staging lanes. Lucas is up there. Super Pro. All right, looks like we got Pro rolling to the lane. So with Pro rolling down, Super Pro, we really need you to top the staging lanes. You guys have had plenty of time to cool down, so bring them around. We know it's hot, but we're trying to get through this yet. So Pro is entering the water. Super Pro, you're going to follow them out, so bring them around. Bring up Valerie Chitty going up against Kevin Hack. These two have battled it out a number of times. Only 5 points separate them in the season points race. And Valerie Chitty is going to click it 8 red and hand the win over to Kevin. Kevin only going 22 up front, 12 above. And again, Valerie, everything was there, just unfortunately 8 red to hand the win to Kevin Hack. I'll bring up our next pair with Jeff Freeman Jr. in the left lane and Mark Rosenbaum in the right. Jeff dialed in at an 11:12, Mark at a 9:26. So Jeff Freeman is going to get the head start. Going to get just about 2 full seconds out there. And Mark will have to try and chase down the CUDA with his Corvette. Both races are away green. Slight advantage going Jeff Freeman's way, but only 2,000ths. It's going to be tight on the other end. Win light says Jeff Freeman. Jeff Freeman Jr., 37 up front, dead 3 for 40 total. And Mark Rosenbaum had 1 foul to sneak in and couldn't get it done. So Jeff Freeman and Kevin Hack are going to be back around. One of them will be racing Steve Geiger in the semifinals. One of them will have a bye. Steve gets the pass, gets a little data on the truck, and he will be back around to race either Kevin or Jeff for the final, or to get into the final, I should say. That'll bring up our open bike final. Our open bike final has Ryan Kruger in the left lane. Ryan dialed in at a 9:22, taking on Nathan Stoll in the right at an 11:96. Kind of a battle of the brands on this one. Kawasaki taking on Harley. Nathan's going to have a sizable head start. Ryan's in, Nathan joins him, tree comes down. And Nathan's going to click it red. Nathan's going to lift down track, had a little trouble, but it didn't matter. gives the red light victory over to Ryan. So Ryan will come back around for the runoff. All right, and that brings up our Super Pro semifinal. First pair out is going to be Al Grimm. Al's also in our quick 16 final. He's going to try and double it up today. Al supporting the old car, if you will. Al's got a new dragster, but ended up hurting the motor. So we went back to his trusty backup. He's been doing good for him. Good enough to keep him in first place in points. Second place in points, right next to him, Matt Melcher. Slight advantage is going to be Matt's way, 2000s. Win light at the other end is going to go Matt's way. Oh, talk about heartbreak. Al Grimm had the chance to double up finals. Takes 43 to break out one. Needed one more wiggle. So Al Grimm going to come up short. Matt Melcher is going to take the win and come around to the final to race either Zach Miller or Dustin Meyer. Zach Miller dialed in at an 869. Both drivers are in. Zach's away. Dustin Meyer's away. Both drivers are clean and green. Slight advantage Zach's way. Win light Gonna go Zach's way. 22 up front, dead 8, 30 total. Left Dustin Meyer just 0.02 of a second. So Zach Miller is going to be our double up in the finals. He's going to run the quick 16 final as well as the Super Pro final. So we're going to be waiting a little bit on our finals as they're going to have to be doubled up. But with that being said, our sportsman final, you can come on down to the lanes. So we are looking for Owen and we are looking for Doug. If you guys want to come around to the blue line, you don't have to go all the way up top. There's only 2 of you. We're going to match you up down here on the blue line, sort out lane choice and all that fun stuff. So sportsman final, Owen and Doug, bring them around to the blue line. We'll get you paired up. With the sportsman final coming around, we will also throw out the call for the junior dragster runoff. I believe you guys have had enough time to cool off, so our winners of the Consi and our winner of the Novak side, will you both come around and we're going to do the runoff. So juniors, our 2 champions, bring them around for the runoff. We're going to run for the helmet trophy, Eagle trophy now. So go ahead and bring them around. And that will bring up our Sportsman final. Sportsman final is going to be Doug Heinrichs, dialed in at a 13:28, taking on Owen Hageman at a 13:45. Doug's been racing for a number of years, but recently changed cars, gave the pro car to his son, jumped in a Sportsman car. Obviously, he's not doing too bad. Going to be 2 thou ahead up front. See what he can do on the other end. Take it to the quarter mile, and the win light says Owen Hageman, double breakout. Doug Heinrichs getting there by 18, had to be 2 or less. So there was some room, but not a lot. All right, this is going to bring up our runoff for the juniors. It's going to bring up Slade Hess in the left lane, going up against Benji Freeman in the right. All right. Cars are all tuned up, ready to go. Both boys are pre-staged. Slade flickers at, there it is. Both racers lock in the stage. Tree comes down. And Benji Freeman not getting lucky on this one. Stumbles off the line to a large deficit up front. Slade Hess going to take the runoff, take the win. All right, attention to the pits. Zach Miller, this is your time for the quick 16 final. You're going to have two of them, but this is the quick 16 final. If you want to meet Al Grimm up here in the staging lanes, we'll get you guys down and finish out the quick 16. So again, Zach Miller, go ahead and bring it around for the quick 16 final. All right, that's going to bring up our street bike final. Steve Coronado taking on Dylan Tiedrick. Steve on the 06 Harley, Dylan on the 08 Busa. Steve's in first. Dylan creeps in. Both bikes are going to climb the RPM, and away we go. Dylan's got the advantage up front. Take it to the other end, see if he can hold on to it. Lot to work with. Win light's going to go Dylan's way. Steve just 42 above, but unfortunately too far off on the reaction time. So Dylan Tiedrick will take the win for our street bike race today. So with the final street bike out of the way, we come to our semifinal in Pro ET. That brings Steve Geiger against Kevin Hack. Steve dialed in at a 988. Kevin, 1035.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a good day. Appreciate it.
Steve Geiger with the 2000 S10. Kevin Hack with the 98 Camaro. Kevin's wheels up and away first with the reaction time advantage up front. 19 to play with. Looks like he's got him caught. Other end says win light, Kevin Hack. 60 up front, 35 above to take the win by 47 thousandths. Kevin Hack will come around and face Jeff Freeman Jr. in the final for Pro ET. Jeff Freeman taking the bye run. How about that? Gets a bye run. Doesn't have to do anything special. Comes out. Why not throw a trip zip up on the board? Jeff Freeman is going to be the winner of one of our trip zip poker chips. He'll get his name into the drawing for a $500 gift certificate from Quick Performance. He also gets a little information on the car. Goes an 1105 on an 1110. So we'll see him back around in the final, taking on Kevin Hack. This is going to bring up our quick 16 final. Again, this is our right way trailers, quick 16 final. Kyle Grimm, Scott Miller. Zach Miller, sorry. Scott's car, Zach's driving. Al dialed in at a 783, Zach in at a 747. Both drivers are staged. Tree falls, and away we go. Al's got the reaction time advantage. Got about 12 thousandths to play with down there. Win light, Al Grimm. Al Grimm's going to be 23, 19 above for the win. Takes 31 at the stripe. And Al Grimm will be your Right Way Trailers Quick 16 champion for today. Zach Miller, not out of it yet. He's going to go back, swap cars, hop into his dragster, and bring it around for the Super Pro final. So Zach still got a chance at it. But for this lap, Al Grimm is going to take the win. Alrighty. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All winners from Super Pro and Pro. When you guys are ready, bring them around. This isn't a hard call yet, but this is if you're ready, bring it around and we'll get you guys done as soon as we can. So again, all winners from Pro and Super Pro, bring them up to the staging lanes. Hey, Jeff Freeman Jr. Jeff Freeman Jr., we got everybody else just waiting on you, buddy. As soon as you're ready, bring it on up. This is more or less the hard call now. So Jeff Freeman Jr., if you want to bring it up to the staging lanes, we'll start there. We'll bring it up to the staging lanes first. So go ahead and bring it around. All right, this brings up our Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. Zach Miller, Matt Melcher. Zach Miller dialed in at an 870. Matt dialed in at a 769. See if Zach can get it done in this final. He's got some work to do. Matt Melcher's got the advantage up front. 14 in his pocket. Other end, give it to Zach Miller. Zach Miller, 25 up front to go dead 8, 33 total, and he takes the win by 12 thou. Matt Melcher just off the number. Car couldn't quite get there. So Zach Miller will be your Zach Miller will be your Super Pro champion. With that, I hear the rumble of Jeff Freeman Jr. coming down the main drag. He is going to join Kevin Hack in the staging lanes. They're going to sort out some pleasantries, shake hands, and head on down to the starting line for our last final of the weekend. All righty. We want to thank everybody that has stuck around for the final. We have Jeff Freeman Jr. taking on Kevin Hack. Jeff dialed in at an 11:05. Kevin at a 10:35. This is your number 3 and number 4 in points. So a lot on the line here for these two gentlemen. Reaction time going Jeff Freeman Jr.'s way. Kevin has got some work to do. Can Jeff run the number? Other end says Jeff Freeman Jr. takes the win. How about that? 17 up front, 25 above to lock Kevin out. Kevin Hack going 54 up front, dead 6, no good. Jeff Freeman Jr. takes the win by 18 thousandths, and Jeff Freeman Jr. will be your Toys Done Right Pro Champion. Once again, for those of you that are still sitting around, still tuning in on the radio, we want to thank you guys for sticking around and watching the finals. We got a couple weeks off, weekend off, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks for our next points race on August 9th and 10th. So again, thank you for all of us at Tri-State, and we look forward to seeing you guys in a couple weeks.